Ready.
Okay.
Let's go.
Christina, you ready? Yeah. Okay. Okay, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to call to order the San Carlos City Council Redevelopment Agency meeting for December 14th, 2009. Our first order will be the Pledge of Allegiance, and after we have the Pledge of Allegiance, we will have, actually tonight we have a young lady here tonight to sing the national anthem. Her name is Elizabeth King, so if you'd remain standing after the Pledge of Allegiance, I'd appreciate it. Please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ms. King?
The dawn's early light, what so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets ringing, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Ms. King.
I'm ready to play football.
Yeah, really?
Yeah.
Play ball! Thank you, Ms. King. I want to just say a couple of words about Ms. King. Elizabeth King earned her bachelor's in music in vocal performance from UC Irvine. She joined the LA-based Albert McNeil Jubilee Singers performing opera, jazz, musical, and spirituals, and has toured Italy, Spain, Japan, and Germany. Since then, she has performed at the can't read that word. Oh, I'm sorry. The Marin Center in San Rafael, in several operas, and also recently returned from Austria, where she sang the famous duet from La Traviata. And she was also then performing with the Graz, I believe I'm saying that right, Festival Orchestra. Ms. King, thank you so much for coming tonight and performing for us. And of course, I forgot the most important part. She's a personal friend of Councilmember Ahmad. So, moving along, item 2, changes to the order of agenda. Gentlemen, any changes? Okay, hearing none. Moving on. Number 3, report from closed session. Mr. Rubens.
There's no report at this time. However, there will be some additional reporting after the reconvened closed session.
Okay, we'll be having a couple more closed sessions this evening. Okay. Number 4, unfinished business. 4A, City Clerk to announce results of the municipal election held November 3rd, 2009. Ms. Boland?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, Christine Boland, City Clerk. I'm honored to announce the final vote count for the municipal election held November 3rd, 2009. For City Council, Bob Grisilli elected with 4,392 votes. Andy Klein elected with 4,303 votes. And Matt Grocott elected with 4,118 votes. Therefore, Bob Grisilli, Andy Klein, and Matt Grocott are elected to City Council. For Measure U, the half-cent sales tax, the final vote count was 3,022 yes, 3,967 no. Therefore, Measure U did not pass. final vote count for Measure V, making the city clerk appointed, was 3,972 votes, and 2,490 votes no. Therefore, Measure V passes. I would now ask for council consideration of adopting the resolution accepting said election results for November 3rd. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Boland. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution accepting the certificate of the Chief Elections Officer?
Mr. Mayor, move acceptance of resolution number 2009-91. Resolution of the City Council of the City of San Carlos accepting certificate of the Chief Elections Officer and the statement of the vote cast in the Consolidated Municipal School and Special District election held November 3rd, 2009.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Councilmember Ahmad?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis?
Yes.
Councilmember Royce?
Yes.
Mayor Grisilli?
Yes. Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Moving on. Item 5, reorganization of the City Council. 5A, presentation to retiring council member Brad Lewis. What are we going to present him? Oh, we have to go down here.
Another song, perhaps?
Maybe Ms. King and I can do a duet.
Wait, can we do?
Yeah, come with. As is our usual rigor here, oh my God, we have a proclamation expressing appreciation to Brad Lewis upon his retirement from the San Carlos City Council. I'm not going to, again, read all the whereases, but these Hollywood people. I will say a couple, though. He represented us on the Association of Bay Area Governments, the City and School District 2+2 Committee, liaison to the San Carlos Educational Foundation, and the Park and Rec Commission. He had insight, tactful handling of sensitive matters, commitment to San Carlos citizens. He made good decisions in the best interest of the community, had high energy, and certainly had extreme humor. He engendered widespread respect from his colleagues and high regard among elected officials and other leaders in the city. And he will be sorely missed on this city council. Therefore, it's proclaimed that the City of San Carlos hereby commend and express its sincere appreciation to Brad Lewis for his outstanding service to the citizens of San Carlos. Be it further proclaimed that this proclamation is presented with the good wishes of every member of the City of San Carlos, of the City Council of the City of San Carlos, presented this 14th day of December, 2009. Mr. Lewis.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And we also have some parting gifts here. We have a beautiful montage of some of the scenes of San Carlos that was created here, different parts and highlights of our city. And for 2005 through 2009, sort of shows some of the progress that we've achieved. That's a very nice picture. And we also have a clock with a plaque on the back. Brad Lewis, City of San Carlos, an appreciation for 4 years of service, December 2005 to December 2009. Wow, that's nice. Okay. Do I get one of those too? No, I don't think so. Okay. I guess that's as far all the gifts we have for our contestant. I mean, our council member tonight. So I don't know. I think what is the next thing on our agenda there? Does Brad get to talk or what?
Yes.
He gets to talk. You want this? Or you want to sit up there? Oh, okay. Sure, that'd be fine. Anyway, another hand for Mr. Lewis, please.
Well, I just want to be short and sweet, and you'll forgive me. I have a cold tonight, so I'll sort of struggle through. But a few thank yous for people out there. Number one, my family, Regina, Ella, and Jackson, who's not here. It takes a lot of support from your family over 4 years. I work full time, so you don't get to do this on your own. You do it with the support of family and friends. For my friends out there, the feedback and involvement has been invaluable to sort of stay connected to the community and understand what the needs and the desires are. So many new acquaintances over the last 4 years being involved with the city, and I hope that we maintain our acquaintance and relationship, and that expands going forward. And I've really valued the relationships that have persevered despite differences. I think the city council, on balance, makes 700 or 800 decisions a year, and we don't have the ability to sit up and just sort of debate and sort of generally agree with our friends and so forth in the community. We actually have to debate it, and then we have to say yes or no, and sometimes that can provide differences between friends and community members. And what I've really appreciated are the friendships and relationships that, despite these myriad decisions that take place on a yearly basis, ultimately just respect the sort of the effort and our individual discernment that goes on, our judgment on any given thing. And I thank you all for that. At the end of the day, we're all just trying to make a positive impact on the community. City staff and city employees, thank you for your support and the amazing job that you do at running the city. The level of talent and dedication that you guys demonstrate on a regular basis, it genuinely impresses me. To our public safety personnel, who we have quite a few in the audience tonight, our police and fire departments are as good as it gets, and we are extremely lucky to have the men and women in public safety in San Carlos, the job that they do on a regular basis. And keep in mind, when they leave their house every day, they may see and do things that all of the rest of us in the community never dream of risking or doing on a daily basis, and I respect you folks for that. To my fellow council members, I want to thank you all for, one of the things going on at council I wanted to be, at least from my end, to try to put forth is respectful debate across the board on lots of different decisions. And I think that we have achieved that probably 99% of the time. And I really, I appreciate your trust and respect from my opinions and perspectives, but also just as a functioning body. I think we really have functioned well as a team over time. And when you get five politicians individually elected on a council, it's not done easily. And so I want to thank you guys for all your support. To the public and the press, I do want you to remember that the council and our staff, they struggle to do their best. They're honorable, they're trustworthy, and we need your feedback, but we also need your support over time. At the end of the day, it's our job as council members to protect and provide for the community, especially those who can't protect and provide for themselves. Seniors, those with special needs, disadvantaged youth. And as we embark on new economically challenging times, I ask the continuing council members and staff to keep that foremost in mind with the difficult decisions that we have coming before us. So I thank you all for the support over the years. My professional commitments eclipse my ability to perform this job to the degree that I'd like to. But I look forward to someday being back, and thank you for everything over the years.
Still got to sit down. Okay, as is our custom here, we have comments by council members. Mr. Grocott, any comments?
Sure, I'll just add a few. The thing that stands out most in my mind, quite frankly, is seeing Brad downtown. I think it's about a month and a half ago, or it was sometime during the campaign season, and he was walking down Laurel Street, and I was sitting there at the coffee shop. It was on a Saturday morning. Here comes Brad going into the coffee shop, and he slaps me on the back, and he says, "Hey, Matt, how you doing?" And turned around, and, "Oh, hi, Brad." We talked, chatted for a little bit. He went in, got his coffee, came out, and a few words on the, before he left, and off down the street he walked, and I turned to my wife, and I said, "Boy, there is a just like this thing in his step. He seems like a freed man." But I do think it does speak to what Brad said. You know, to be on council is a big commitment. It takes a lot of support of family and friends and people around you, and it's a weight on your shoulders. There's no doubt about it. And the other thing that comes to mind is from my perspective, you know, you and Bob came onto the council when I was getting reelected. And I look at the difference between my first 4 years and this last 4 years, and I don't know why it is, but this last 4 years seems like a longer duration. And usually that's because you've done a lot of things and handled a lot of issues. You know how that is just in life, where when there's a lot going on and a lot of weighty issues, time seems to slow down almost. And so I think you've been on the council during a time where we did deal with a lot of things. My first 4 years, sure, we dealt with a lot of things, but I think these last 4 years with the debate over turf, which, like you alluded to, I think, you know, could have divided the community and have, you know, neighbors against neighbors. I don't think that's necessary. I think we make a decision and we move on. And then, you know, more recently, the situation with financial matters, it weighs on all of us, and it's a struggle. And so you've been on the council during a time like that. I appreciate your service. You're a good man, and I enjoy seeing you around downtown in the future. Thank you.
Thanks, man.
Councilmember Ahmad.
Mr. Lewis, when I first got elected, you became mayor, and I appreciated your guidance and your help and your leadership, especially as a new council member. There's a lot. You're definitely getting thrown into the deep end of the pool, and this is a full contact sport. You need a helmet and a mouthpiece for most of this time. But I have appreciated that this council has had plenty of 4-1 and 3-2 votes, and at the end we have come out with a great deal of respect for everybody who sits on this dais, and hats off to you. And I'm personally going to miss your analysis and how you come in ready to go to work. And going to miss that, and wish you the very best, and looking forward to hopefully really good tickets for a premiere. But best of luck.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Royce.
So, Brad, you talked about the decision-making and the voting. Well, right now, I don't need to vote on anything. I think anybody who's worked with you or has been around you know what a great mind you have and what a great council person you've been over the last 4 years. I would also like to say we are proud, and you should be even more proud of all your accomplishments with the city, with your work, with your family. And I'll venture just a little bit into your work. I mean, with Pixar, you are creating a product of entertainment that doesn't have a lot of violence or sex, but it provides a thrill and entertainment to people of ages, children, adults, seniors, and you should be very proud of that also. And I'll close by just saying that you're a busy guy, and I will say over the last 2 years that Councilmember Omar and I have actually been on council. You've been here every time, though. I don't know how you make it, but you do, and we are also very proud to have served with both a council member, Lewis, and a mayor, Lewis. So thank you very, very much.
Thanks. Well, a couple things. First thing I want to say is that 4 years ago, Brad Lewis received 73 more votes than I did when we ran. But this past election, I received 4,392 more votes than he did. So I say, what Academy Award? So what can I say about him? It's already been said by the members of the council here already. We don't really have enough time to say it all. Brad's one of the reasons that San Carlos is still a great place to live and to raise a family. He has coached youth sports. He's active in the school community. He served on city committees, and then he served on the Park and Recreation Commission before the last 4 years on the city council. He always did his homework. He approached each item on our agenda with an open mind and tried to find a middle ground solution that would improve our city. He always acted as a professional in representing San Carlos and was its biggest booster. I thank Regina and Ella and Jackson for sharing him with us. But now it's on to a new chapter of his life. No more late Monday night meetings, at least not here. I'm sure he's probably going to have them at Pixar. No more closed sessions or difficult budget decisions. A new movie coming out in 2011 and new challenges ahead. I consider him my friend. I will always value our relationship. Good luck, buddy. Vaya con Dios. Now, can I be in your next movie? All right, moving on to item 5C. City Clerk to administer oath of office to newly elected City Council members.
Yes. Down at the. There, you're out of here.
Yes, sir.
There you go.
Yes, ma'am.
I can have the new council members, newly elected council members down here. Yes. That's fine.
Right here? Yeah.
This is our standard oath that you'll take once again for the old guys and older. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the State of California and the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which you are about to enter?
I do.
Here's your oath. You can sign. Yes.
Thank you.
This is your official certificate of election. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christine. All right. And now we have some comments by newly elected council members. So, Mr. Grocott, you want to go first? We'll give Mr. Klein a couple of seconds to adapt. Is that all right?
Well, I want to thank everybody for their support over the last 4 years and looking into the future. As I was saying when I was talking about Mr. Lewis, we've had some challenging times recently, and I think we're looking into a future of some challenging times, primarily with financial matters. That is not to say that we're not going to continue to have a great city and try to do great things in this town. But we do have some challenges, and we are all aware of those things. And so we'll face those, and we'll move forward. I want to thank Mr. Klein for running for office and getting elected and being willing to make the commitment. Thank you, Andy. And we'll look forward to a good 4 years.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Klein?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not going to...
2 minutes.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. I thought that was the rule. We don't have limits up here anymore. I won't be as quick as Councilman Grocott. I do have a lot to say, and I apologize for taking all this time, and thank you all for coming. Honorable members of the City Council, honored guests, city staff, friends, family, and fellow residents. Let me take a moment to let this sit in. It's a big deal. I've been told that life is a series of moments, and sometimes you never realize the importance of this moment until it's gone. Well, I get this. This matters, and I know this means something. And I'm thankful, and I'm honored, and I'm truly humbled by this great gift you have given me as a city. And let's be honest, it is a gift. There is no way I ever pay this back, but I will work every day to pay this gift back. I want to start with some thank yous. First to city staff. Thank you for your tireless effort you put forth in our community. Sometimes in the haste of a campaign, people get trivialized. But the job you do, the work you do, and the love you give this town should never be trivialized. You matter, your jobs matter, and your commitment to this community matters. Second, I'd like to thank Brad Lewis. For his years of service, his leadership, his character, and his passions have made all the difference, and I hope to be able to fill the shoes that you've left up here. Next to my 4 fellow council members, I thank you for standing up for what you believe in. This is hard work. I can only imagine. I have yet to get behind the closed doors, but I know it takes a lot, and it's great to see people who are willing to sacrifice their time, sacrifice their lives for their community. I would like to thank my friends and my family for supporting me my whole life, even when I come up with crazy ideas like running for city council. There are some citizens I need to thank in particular. For those who endorse me, I didn't get to use your names, but a mailer showing your support would have been nice. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on where you sit, your early support made a campaign unnecessary. To my fellow members of the GPAC, which is the General Plan Advisory Committee, thank you for taking advantage of a 25-year-old kid who didn't know any better than to agree to be chair. I learned a great deal in the 2 years we worked together and made some great friendships, and I'm thankful for that. To the Measure U Committee, I really want to give a special thank you to. While there was no campaign for City Council, there definitely was a campaign. We stood up for what we believed in, we fought the good fight, but sometimes you just can't win them all. To some people, especially on that committee, to Laura, to Scott, to Mary Jo, and to Mike, the faith you have put in me is something I will never take for granted. I count you among my friends now and will always treasure the work we did together and the work that is to come. Now, there's some other people I need to thank who are here tonight, and I need to spend some special time thanking them. I was very lucky in my childhood growing up here in San Carlos. I grew up in a wonderful town, a safe town. I had amazing friends. I had a great supportive family, and I had an older brother. My brother Dave, who's here tonight, is one of the most loyal people I've ever met. While we've had our differences, as all brothers will, I'm forever grateful for the love he has shown me. No matter what I've done or what I will do, he's always there for me. I was blessed by having 2 great parents, my father Wayne and my mother Edith. My dad was the lenient one. He was the one who allowed me to be reckless and allowed me to be a troublemaker. I gained a lot of confidence because of that. He gave me enough rope to hang myself and then watched me squirm my way out of it. Then there was my mother. 3 years ago in 6 days, we lost her. When she became sick, I put my life on hold. For 2 years, I was her nurse, and we became very close in a way we were never before. Those 2 years transformed me as a person. Before that, I was a selfish 23-year-old. I only cared about having fun, I only cared about my friends, and I only cared about going out at night. But now, it's different. She taught me to care, she taught me to make a difference, and while I know she's gone, I know that she would be so proud of this. She would have told all her friends that I run the city. These 4 guys would never have come up in that conversation. I miss her every day, but because of her, I am the person I am now, and I am thankful for that. Last but definitely not least is my wife, Carly. Carly did me the honor of becoming my wife this July. She is the support mechanism that keeps me going. And our story is a San Carlos story. She grew up in Belmont. We try not to hold her to that. We both went to Carlmont. We had classes together. Surprise, surprise, one was student government. She went to Cal Poly. I went to Montana. We both moved home after college. We became friends again, as 20-year-olds do on MySpace. We started exchanging emails and ran into each other again for the first time since high school at the Carlos Club.
That's great. Good.
Our first date was at Piacere, and I think you can figure out the rest. We got married at St. Charles. Our life is this town. I don't think it would be the same if we weren't here. Carly has truly made a difference in my life. She has such grace and class that I'm constantly amazed by her. And in a perfect world, she would be up here, and I would be the one in the audience. But unfortunately, she doesn't like the spotlight. So I won't talk much about her anymore because of that. But I know every day I'm lucky because I get to wake up next to her. All right, now with all the pleasantries out of the way, it's time to talk about the future. Time to talk about what we can do up here. To understand who I am, you have to know where I came from. My mother immigrated here in her teens from Peru, so I'm the first generation on her side of the family. To sit up here takes on a whole different meaning when you know part of your family moved from another country for a better life. My father is from the not-so-exotic place of Ohio. He grew up in a little town called Timberlake on Lake Erie, but his father, my grandpa, was the first mayor of that town. He was the one who incorporated it. Public service runs in my family. I was born in the city, moved to Pacifica, and then when I was 1, we moved to San Carlos. My mother always wanted to live here. She knew this is how she knew she made it. After my parents split, she worked incredibly hard, sometimes 60 to 80 hours a week, to keep us here. Her love of this town made her sacrifice a lot in her life. But she knew there was no other town that was good enough for her boys. I went to all these public schools. I grew up in the Parks and Rec program. My history of this town is why I care so much. I didn't choose to get involved. I had no choice. This is what I had to do. This town made me get involved. This town is active citizenship. This town is getting involved. You have to want it. You have to earn it. You have to contribute or you don't truly understand what San Carlos is. We're not just a motto. We're a town that cares. We're a town that tries, and we're a town that matters. Now on to the fun stuff. I was on the Measure U committee, and I'm proud of that. It is no hidden secret that I was in favor of a sales tax increase to pay for our city services. During the campaign, there was a lot of rhetoric, there was a lot of half-truths, and there were misnomers thrown around by both sides. But I did take a couple valuable lessons from that campaign. One is that there's always 2 ways to skin a cat. You have to be open to the other side before you make up your mind. The other is that our city pays some people way too much money for what they do. There's 5 of them on the city payroll, and that's the 5 of us. This is a gift. We don't need anything more. And now that we're going to go into this budget session, unfortunately tonight, we are going to have to talk about what we're going to do as a town. And I would call on my fellow council members to show the leadership, to take the first hit. I believe we should waive our salaries. We should waive our health benefits. If we could, I would pay you to sit up here, because this is a gift. Our city government, unfortunately, has developed a credibility and a PR problem. Whether there's an issue with government transparency or not, that's not what matters. What matters is that many people believe that our government isn't transparent. Councilman Ahmad once said, feelings are facts. And he's right. If people believe that government's not transparent, then it isn't. So what do? We need to work on our PR. We need the town to understand what we do, how much it takes, and how hard our staff works. And I think over the next couple of years, we can do that. We can begin to educate our town. We can have an informed citizenry. And an informed citizenry will have our back, will work hard, and we can all work together, and we can move forward. This is going to be a tough 4 years, and we all know that. There's no one in this room who thinks this is going to be easy. There's a lot of people in this room who asked me if I really knew what I was doing because of that. But we can get through this if we come together as a town, if we have open dialogue, if we work together. That's the only way this works, is if we all come together. We need leadership more than ever, now more than ever. We need our government to be understanding of our citizens. We need to move forward. With all that said, there's going to be plenty of time for me to throw out ideas and solutions. But I want to leave you tonight with a thought. Last week, the president of our Rotary Club here in San Carlos, Jonathan Nicholas, asked me if I would do the thought of the day at our meeting. I said I would. I started to think, though, long and hard about what I was going to say. The last time he asked me to do this, I quoted John Mayer. Didn't want to do that again. I wanted to actually say something that mattered and say something from the heart. So this is what I said. In this holiday season, we spend a lot of time honoring our family, honoring our friends and our neighbors. We focus on being charitable, we give back, and we try to be better for one another. We always need to remember that the holiday season doesn't end January 1st. It's 365 days a year, every year. Every day we should do better by one another. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Klein. This is like following Lewis. It's a tough act to follow here, I'll tell you. My comments aren't going to be quite as long, but they're still from the heart. First of all, I'd like to thank my fellow council members for all the support this year when I was the mayor. I appreciated the fact that they worked hard on all the items that came before us. They considered the facts of each question and allowed our government process to proceed in a reasonable amount of time, at least most nights. Not all our decisions were unanimous, nor always popular, both with the public or with each other. But we did not shrink from our duties, and we voted as we saw fit. We'd also wish to thank City Manager Mark Weiss for his counsel this year and every year. We agreed on most items this year, and when we didn't, I told him he was wrong. I would also like to thank the rest of the city staff, all the employees, for their help and support. and what they do every day to make San Carlos a better place. And I would also like to thank my partner Gladys for her support and patience in everything that I do. We did accomplish some positive things this year. I'll let other people list what those might be. We're all in trying to improve the city of San Carlos. In the coming year, we will have many more challenges, as Councilmember Klein indicated. And I would hope that we would approach these as we have in the past, with strong due diligence and a willingness to find that common ground. I welcome Andy Klein to our council. Look forward to working with him on many items in the next 4 years. I also want to congratulate Mr. Grocott on his election, and also our new leaders, whoever they're going to be, our new mayor and vice mayor. Wish them well in their council leadership. And to my fellow citizens of San Carlos, I'm honored that you saw fit to re-elect me to this city council, and I pledge to continue to work hard in your service. Working together, we can solve many of the issues before us. Thank you. Okay, the next item on our agenda is item 5E. We'll have a call for nominations for a new mayor. Mr. Ahmad?
Mr. Grisilli, it would be my privilege and honor to place in the nomination Vice Mayor Randy Royce to serve as mayor for 2010.
Okay, is there, do we need a second for that nomination?
There's no seconds required for nominations.
Okay. Any other nominations? If not, I'd like to have a motion for closing nominations.
Mr. Mayor, I move to close nominations.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right. I think you're basically going to be, do we need to have a motion to elect? See, I have to look at my city attorney and all this.
It's appropriate to vote on
All right.
it, but you could do it by unanimous consent, I suppose.
No, that's all right. I want to vote on it. So my last chance here is then I have to move. But I'd like to have a roll call vote, please, for Mr. Royce as our new mayor.
Councilmember Ahmad?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Klein?
Yes.
Councilmember Royce?
Yes.
Mayor Grisilli?
Yes. Randy Royce, new mayor. Keeping here to do it.
I think it's upside down.
There it is, huh? I'll be Randy Royce anymore.
There you go. You may use this one again.
Yeah, I might. Who knows? All right.
Well, Andy kind of hit on this, but it is a touching experience to serve the people. First, I do want to congratulate.
I think you want to go to F first.
F?
Yeah, F.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Thank you.
It's all right. That's what I'm here
Okay.
for.
It's the agenda thing.
So I would like to, as first action item here, call for nominations for vice mayor.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to nominate Councilmember Omar Ahmad for vice mayor.
Do we need a second? No.
Take a second.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move to close nominations.
Don't need a second? Okay. Close that.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move to close nominations.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, take a roll call.
You want roll call? Councilmember Ahmad?
Okay.
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Klein?
Yes.
Mayor Royce?
Definitely yes.
Okay, now it's
Okay, so now we'll move on to comments from the new mayor, I guess, here. So you already got a little bit of the sentimental part, but truly mean a true congratulations to someone who has the youth and enthusiasm to run for city council, take on a commitment for years. We're very excited to have Andy on board here. So Councilmember Klein, I think, which even sounds better. Congratulations. And to the gentleman on my right here, we have a different kind of relationship. We actually were 2 years ago fighting for 2 council seats with 4 people running. And of course, Mr. Omar Ahmad and myself made city council, and the last 2 years have just been the greatest years to get a chance to know such a great man. He's a lot of fun to work with, and he has some really great ideas. And as vice mayor, I'm very proud to have such strong backing and support behind me. So welcome. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. So, of course, I do, accept this term mayor. I do want to be very clear, though, with the public who we really are up here. We are public servants. Our job is to work for you, to listen, and to try to make San Carlos the best place on earth that we can. And I really, truly treasure the opportunity to be your public servant, and I will be as available as I can and as much over the next year as mayor for you. I do want to highlight a few challenges. I listed 5 items that are either challenges or I think that are important to me when we think about what we need to do in San Carlos. The first, I always hear from so many people, including myself. I was on the museum board for 9 years, but to really preserve the character of our town is so important for our city council to do. We will get into some more discussions this year, especially in the budget area. We have things to balance between these, what we'd call the regulatory, or as we call in government, mandated items regarding clean water, regarding environmental, regarding all sorts of things that the state of California passes on to us that we need to do. We have safety that is really critical, important, probably the most important feature of someone living any part of the world is to appreciate your personal safety. And it comes by having our police department and our fire department that does that. And then we have another area that is really, I call it more the quality of life. It's been so important, especially the last 15 to 20 years for San Carlos, and that are all of our quality of life, our park and rec, and all those programs that we do. And I will definitely strive for a balance so that we could try to retain as much as we can in all 3 of those categories to keep our city as good as we could keep it. Economic development and housing are important. I'm not going to spend any time talking about that, but that's the engine that fuels our jobs, provides revenue, provides growth, and we will surely be looking at all those items. And the 4th item I have is what I call a 2020. I'm speaking about vision. I'm speaking about having a good vision to the year 2020. And I hope to take this next year focus so much more on where we're going to be, how we're going to get there, what are the best decisions that we could make that have the best long-term impact for our city. So 2020 means a lot to me, both in how we foresee the future and where we're going to. And our job is to use and to keep open our eyes, to keep open our ears, listen to the public, and try to use the Nagar here, the brain, as best as possible to make those decisions that Councilmember Lewis talked about to move forward and get us to where we want to go for the city. And my last value or challenge, I think I'll call it, is you can never do enough of this item, and it's the communication that we council, we in City Hall have with the public out there. I think we've done a good job, but I'm looking forward as mayor to being so much more active, whether or not it's a monthly newsletter or video or having office hours in City Hall, walking around, wandering around, talking to people, town hall meetings. Even an idea of, which I'm going to do, whether or not I make it a public event or not, but I may be doing a walk down Laura Street. Let's pick up a little trash and talk about our city on maybe one Saturday per month. But getting people, keeping people engaged, providing some volunteerism, some good, but communicating. because with communication, we could go very, very far with the city. And I will close by, it was touched upon to some extent, but I'm going to touch on it again because it's so important. I truly have and have learned to have a total respect for the citizens of San Carlos. People have great ideas. There's such professionalism, whether or not it's in a meeting or talking to them over a cup of coffee downtown. But what really comes through are people that live here really want to live here and want to retain some of, again, that old part of San Carlos, and they want change. And thank you for being so proactive and professional. Also, what's been talked about is our city staff. I guess I will say that here we are, we were incorporated in 1925, so here we are 84 years later. Things just didn't happen because people had a job to do. People, and by the way, good people had a passion. They worked hard. They worked with the public. They worked with the volunteers. They got the financing. And when you look around, things like grade separations and youth centers and adult community centers and safety services and all these things that we provide, even sewage and garbage are very important, just didn't happen. There's a picture of them digging up Laurel Street at Cherry. It was just a dirt road. There was nothing here. A guy named Fred Drake started building the infrastructure, the water and the electricity. And so I really commend staff because I think we need to respect them. We need to admire them for the city that we have now. But what's most important to us is the city that we're going to be. So with that, I'll close. Did I say that already? But I'll close one more time and just say all the respect I have for all of you. And this is... This will be the tough one to say. I love this place called San Carlos. I really love it. So help me keeping that passion going for our city. Thank you. So with that, we'll kind of maybe go from right to left here. Andy, we put you on first, Mr. Councilmember Klein, and any comments before we adjourn to a reception here?
Yeah, I'll keep them short. Hopefully there's no press out here. Wednesday night, I stayed up almost all night thinking about Mayor Grisilli, so don't quote me on that. It's a little weird. But what I was thinking of was his year as mayor, and we traditionally rotate our mayor once a year, and I have all faith that Mayor Royce is going to do a fantastic job. But Mayor Grisilli was the one person I didn't really know coming into all of this. I actually got to watch him in the Deus and form an opinion that way. I knew Councilman Grocott from before, and I watched Councilman Ahmad and Councilman Royce, or Mayor Royce's campaigns, but I didn't have any idea about Mayor Grisilli. And I have so much respect for the year you've done as mayor that it kept me up all night going, I can't believe we're going to show him the door. I truly do think you've run these meetings very well. You've run them respectfully. While I haven't always agreed on every decision, I thought the professionalism you brought to the job as mayor truly was great. And I'm thankful to be able to sit up here and learn from you for the next 4 years. That's all I got.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'll keep my comments brief because everybody wants to hug these guys and congratulate them, and I think there's cookies outside, so I'm getting hungry. But my congratulations to Mr. Grocott and Mr. Grisilli. Councilman Klein, congratulations. Mayor Royce, looking forward to working with you. To everybody on city staff, you guys are just tremendous, and it is a privilege to get a chance to work with you and to help represent you to the city. Thank you.
Well, I'll keep my comments as brief as they were before. I would like to congratulate Mayor Royce on becoming mayor tonight and Mr. Ahmad on becoming vice mayor. Congratulations. Randy, you and I met a while back, I guess, and talked about the possibility of you becoming mayor. And I would just like to repeat for the audience one particular item that I said to you at that time, which is things happen for a reason. And there's always a plan, sometime and that we're not necessarily in charge of. This is your time. There's a reason. You know what that reason is. We talked about it. And, Randy comes from a background in business that I think will be very useful in his year as mayor. And I look forward to you using those tools that you have to help guide us as a council and guide this city in some challenging times ahead that I've already alluded to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I think Mayor Grisilli did. Oh, that's me. I'm sorry. Sorry. Seriously, it was a great honor to serve as mayor. I mentioned the comments earlier. I want to thank again all the members of the council for their support. Vice Mayor Royce was always very supportive, even when I cut him off. Sometimes when he wanted to speak, he was still very supportive. And Councilmember Ahmad, Councilmember Grocott, also very respectful. Again, congratulate Mr. Klein, Mr. Grocott for their election. And all I can say is I pledge, as Randy said, that we're going to try to do the best job we can, and anything that you need, I'm right here. So anyway, thank you.
So I've been wanting to say this all night, but I would like to invite ex-Mayor Grisilli and everybody else to a half-hour reception.
Jeez.
A half-hour.
Gavel.
So it's about 5:02 here. What we're going to be doing is having about a 20-minute reception with council members out in the foyer here, and then you'll see the council disappear for 10 minutes. We have one topic, one agenda item that's a closed session item that we actually will be holding in a room right down the hall for about 10 minutes, and then we will plan to come back at 25 after. So in total time, half hour, 25 after 8, we will reconvene for the rest of our city council meeting. So, thank you.
All right.
Yeah.
I think he probably does need to report it.
Does anybody know where Bob is?
Can't stay for the reception, please extend my
Restroom? We will get started in just a moment here. And the moment has arrived. So just to reconvene here in our December 14th meeting, we just had a closed session. Our city attorney like to report on that?
There's no reportable items from this closed session, but we weren't able to complete it, so there'll be one more report after one more session.
Okay, thank you. We are now on item 7 of our agenda. These are council communications and announcements. Start over on Matt. Anything to report on?
Just one item. Council received an email from a Donnie Simons. I'm not sure if that's a male or female with a name like, it must be a male, Don Simons at the end here. Anyways, this person was wanting to bring to our attention a safety concern at Britain and the intersection of Britain and Industrial. Apparently they were following a truck through the intersection, and because of the height of the truck, couldn't see the signal and ended up and the signal turned red while the truck was going through, and they ended up in the intersection when it was red. And luckily we're not hit or, no accident. I don't know if it's a situation of the height of the signal or what, but and normally I wouldn't bring this up in a council report, but I did not see any response from staff, so I just wanted to bring it up tonight to kind of push it along and give it some help.
Actually, the matter has been referred to the Public Works Director, who has already responded to the gentleman.
Oh, he has?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Griselli, anything to report?
Nothing tonight, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Anything on this side? Go ahead.
Nothing for me.
Nothing, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I have nothing to report. Okay, we're moving on to agenda item number 8. This is the public comment. This is just general public comment. These are people wishing to address the City Council on matters not on this evening's agenda. So if you'd like to talk about, again, something that's not on the agenda, you're welcome to do so now. Do I have any takers? Okay. Close the public comment then. Okay, number 9 agenda item is the approval of the consent calendar. Our consent calendar items are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion on these items unless members of the council, staff, or public request that the items be removed for separate action. Anybody want to remove or discuss any of the consent calendar items?
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to have to abstain on B, C, and D.
Okay.
So when we vote, we'll note that.
Okay, and B, C, and D, of course, are minutes from our past meetings, which Councilmember Klein was, of course, not on council.
And Mr. Mayor, I'll note my abstention on B.
On B for Councilmember Ahmad, okay? I hear a motion?
So I'd move approval of consent calendar items A through I.
Second that motion.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Good. Moving to 10. Mr. Griselli, this is easy. We're just moving along.
Okay, yes, piece of
Number
cake.
10.
We'll be out of here by 10 to 9. Tomorrow morning.
Okay, item 10 are reports to council, many from staff. Mr. Weiss, anything to report on?
We have no additional reports at this time.
Additional reports. Okay, so just let me just give you a little bit of a review of the remainder of the meeting. We have 2 items, a public hearing. We have items A and B that deal with a signed ordinance we'll be doing next. And then under new business, the last part of our meeting, there are 2 items A and B that deal with budget for both the remainder of this year's budget and next year's, and adjournment after that. So just give you a little heads up of what the 2 items that are coming up. So moving on to item 11, public hearing 11A is a consideration of adopting ordinance number 1414, which extends our urgency ordinance 1412 pursuant to Government Code Section 65858A, regulating signs of the city of San Carlos. Do we have a staff report?
Mr. Mayor, I really don't have anything to add to the staff report in your agenda. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Any discussion from council?
No.
Okay.
Any public comment?
So I would like to then ask public comment. I do have some speaker slips, and they appear to be, let me just check. I have 4 right now on agenda item 12A, which is budget related. Anybody would like to speak on 11A, sign ordinance?
Mr. Mayor, move to close public hearing.
Second.
Second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None? Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Discussion or motion?
Mr. Mayor, move to introduce ordinance number 1414, extension of the urgency ordinance 1412 pursuant to Government Code 65858A, regulating signs in the city of San Carlos.
Second.
You have a second?
Mr. Mayor,
I was going to say it's adoption of 14.
this is adoption of the
We
urgency
introduced and then
ordinance.
we, yeah, all right.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Thank you.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Everybody clear on that? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Ms. Boland, can you call the vote?
Councilmember Ahmad?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Klein?
Yes.
Mayor Royce?
Yes. Okay. 11B is consideration of introducing a new sign ordinance of Chapter 18.150 of the San Carlos Municipal Code, signs and amendments to the City of San Carlos Municipal Code Title 12 concerning signs located on public streets, sidewalks, public parks, public spaces, and the public right-of-way. Have a report?
Yes, Deborah Nelson, Planning Manager. The ordinance before you is the first reading of a new sign ordinance which will replace the urgency ordinance you just adopted. There are a couple of things that are different about this than the one you just adopted. This ordinance will reinstate the provision which was in our old sign ordinance for pole signs in commercial districts. In our commercial districts and our manufacturing districts, that got left out of the urgency ordinance, with the exception of pole signs along the Highway 101 corridor. The second thing it does is it moves what used to be in the sign ordinance, and that was provisions for signage on public rights-of-way and in public spaces, to Title 12. That's out of the zoning ordinance and into the part of your municipal code that deals with your public spaces and streets and sidewalks. There are two minor amendments based on advice of our legal counsel tonight we'd like you to look at, and I would read these into the record for you to adopt, and that is to the definition, and this is in, your ordinance has an Exhibit A, which is Title 18, and an Exhibit B, which is Title 12. So this is a change to Exhibit A, and it's in the definition section of for on-site. And at the top of page 10, the first paragraph, right before the last sentence of that definition, you would add, and legal counsel suggests it be in all caps, as to sign programs, all signs located within the program area is considered on-site as to any establishment within the area, so long as said signs are not used for general advertising for hire. And this means when we have, say, like the marketplace and we have a sign program, you're putting forward that same provision that's in your urgency ordinances, that you can't have a sign that advertises some business that's off-site, and that needs to also apply to sign programs. The second is also in Title 18, which is Exhibit A, and the new sign provisions allow for additional signage during an election period. An election period is defined in the definition section. New signage in commercial is allowed during that election period as 100 square feet. That provision for 100 square feet is such that, say, a business has an allowed sign that's 100 square feet large. They could say wrap it in an election message. So 100 square feet was a logical size limit for commercial. We also put that in the residential. We think 100 square feet in residential, that's about 3.5 pieces of plywood in size, would be actually very large on a residential property. So we're suggesting that you change that to 32 square feet. It's a standard that's the size of a piece of 4x8 plywood and is very similar to what other jurisdictions allow. So those are those two changes, and with that, this would be your motion, and I think I would add, based on the findings and as amended this evening. That concludes my report.
Questions from council?
I had a question, Ms. Nelson. As this has gone through the Planning Commission, we have a definition and a description about real estate signs for open houses and whatnot and how it's legal. There's nothing in here for civic groups who are having an event or whatnot, and I know that they're not allowed to put directional signs out, and I was wondering why that is and if we've ever had a discussion about allowing that. Speaking from personal experience, as I'm a volunteer at the museum, we would love to put a directional sign out that says museum's open. We've done it, and we've been told we can't do it. And I know there are 7 spots around the city where that is allowed, but none of those spots are anywhere near the museum. So I was wondering, is that something that's been discussed, and why is that not in the sign ordinance?
I could have the city attorney answer that too, but we did bring forward, the issue is if signs are allowed on the public spaces, as a city government, the government doesn't need to give itself permission for expression. So on City Hall, we could put an A-frame up that says, come in and vote today, for example, or there's a flu shot going on. We can also use the 7 corners that are now going to be in Title 12, which was a policy that the council considered a number of years ago, and there is a process by which people can apply for that. But unless the city of San Carlos has some interest, financial interest, say, in the museum, then they are a private business. And if we treat them, allow them to have A-frame signage, we must allow every private business to have A-frame signage. And previous councils have said A-frame signage is not what we want because it just proliferates.
Okay, so basically it's you just don't want a Burger Shack putting a sign out and all these and just proliferating like that. So it has nothing to do with civic groups. We just can't do it for all.
Right.
The issue is we can't distinguish between the commercial and non-commercial messages. They have to be treated the same once you allow.
Okay, well, that's all I got.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. So next is public comment. Again, would anybody here would like to speak on 11B from the public? We're welcome to. No? All right.
Move to close public hearing.
Okay.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. Council members, what would you like to do?
Mr. Mayor, move to adopt an ordinance amending the San Carlos Municipal Code, Chapter 18.150, signs, and adding Chapter 12.28, regulations for signs on city property and the public right-of-way, to Title 12, streets, sidewalks, and public places, based on the findings detailed in the ordinance.
Mr. City Attorney, it says in our thing, it says introduce.
Yeah, you're introducing this ordinance tonight, but I see the recommendation says adopt in the staff report, but it's agendized as an introduction tonight.
Okay.
So,
Sorry.
So I move to introduce everything I just
and
said.
then you have to add, and then there's add amended. So I see that.
As amended.
So we're introducing tonight, and then we've got some suggested amendment language.
Mr. Mayor, I'll rephrase. Move to introduce an ordinance amending the San Carlos Municipal Code, Chapter 18.150, signs, and adding Chapter 12.28, regulations for signs on city property and the public right-of-way, to Title 12, streets, sidewalks, and public places, based on the findings detailed in the ordinance as amended.
God, you're good.
Woohoo! Okay.
Can I get a second on that?
Baby.
Second. Second. We have a first and a second. Any other discussion? Okay. Ms. Boland?
Councilmember Ahmad?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Klein?
Yes.
Mayor Royce?
Yes.
Mayor who?
Royce.
No.
Okay, so now we're on to item 12A. Let me just introduce the topic here. We have actually 2 parts to 12A. One deals with approving a recommended budget adjustment for our current fiscal year, basically contributing to $706,000 for our 09-10 budget. Second topic is to, I'm kind of just paraphrasing here, to look at potential impacts of services and programs and provide input and direction to staff regarding these budget items for the next year's budget. This would be for the 2010-11 budget. So with that, I will call those for clarity. How about 12A1 and 12A2? Staff report?
Before we have the staff report, Mayor Royce, I know we had a discussion about this, and I was hoping we could take, I guess, 12 number 2 now first, because I understand that we're going to talk about the Y2K cuts, and we're going to be making cuts, but I think it would make more sense to have the global discussion first, and then move forward with cutting, because we'll know what kind of direction we have as a council and where we want to see it go. We can talk about employees, we can talk about revenue, and we can talk about cuts, but I think it makes sense to have the global discussion first instead of make cuts and then have the global discussion.
Okay, so is there any interest from other council members to switch the order?
I don't think we should switch the order, with all due respect. This is something we talked about in the last spring, and I think whether we want to do it or not, but this is what we talked about, and I think chronologically this is what's in front of us, but that's just one council member's opinion.
Yeah.
I think, studying the packet and looking at it, if I had known that in advance, which I understand there's limitations to broadcasting that, but the way I've studied it, the way I've approached it, it would be difficult to switch gears right now.
Okay.
Here
So
on
it
the
doesn't
list.
look
That's
like
three,
we have enough support. Almost, but not quite on that. So we'll stay in the order. Mr. Weiss, are you planning then, your staff report will be on both 12A 1 and 2? Or
Yes.
how do you plan to do that with it?
Yes, I mean, it's a comprehensive staff report on the status of the budget.
Okay.
And it will include recommendations on the Y2 cuts, as we call them, as
Okay.
well as some recommendations with respect to how we should approach the entire new budget moving forward.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, great. Thank you. Please continue, or start.
Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, and welcome Mr. Klein to our budget, our ongoing budget saga. The council will recall that as part of the city's work program, it was decided to have this meeting tonight right after the November election. The budget itself that was adopted contemplated the prospect or the possibility that the revenue measure would not pass. And with that in mind, the budget that was adopted by the City Council and is our adopted city budget included a series of reductions that we have referred to as the Y2 cuts that are itemized within the staff report. So part of our recommendation is to revisit that list and take formal action tonight by way of authorizing the implementation of those cuts that are included within the budget. And that's consistent with the direction as we understood it when the budget was adopted and from the work study session that we had with the City Council and moving forward. So that is indeed the first recommendation that we would make to the City Council. Beyond that, though, we would like and we would welcome some generic discussion this evening from the City Council with respect to the guidance for the city staff in putting the budget documents together for next fiscal year. As itemized again within the staff report, even after making the Y2 cuts, we anticipate a significant structural budget deficit moving forward, as we have in many of the previous years, itemized as being greater than $2 million after the Y2 cuts, more than $3 million before the Y2 cuts, in the staff report. And unfortunately, as Mr. Maltby will get into in greater detail in a few minutes, information that's been provided to city staff since this report was written and finalized last Wednesday would suggest that that deficit projection now would actually be larger than the $3+ million and would actually be closer to $4 to $4.3 million. And that is because of new estimates that we've received with respect to property tax and vehicle license fees, as well as some economic data that we have with respect to third quarter sales tax data within the city. So the problem continues to grow larger in the city of San Carlos, and city staff is proposing that we go to work immediately in terms of putting next fiscal year's budget together. We will be coming back early next year with the mid-year budget report with some adjustments proposed within it to accommodate the reductions in revenue that we are experiencing this fiscal year. But we would like to also begin on preparation of the next fiscal year budget, hopefully with the idea that we can actually move that schedule up a month or two so that we'll have a greater lead time or as much lead time as possible towards implementation of further reductions and cuts and changes to service levels effective July 1st. In the staff report, we've listed 7 areas. Actually, in the 7th area includes submittals from each of the departments in terms of recommendations that they have if cuts are necessary. Staff will, as Mr. Maltby presents the report, will give you the staff recommendations on each of those points in more detail. I thought it appropriate to begin the discussion here with some discussion from my perspective in terms of the approach that staff would recommend to you. In consideration of the situation that is facing the city, I have asked each of the department directors to prepare 10 and 20% reduction packages, and those have been included within the submittals that are before you. I have not asked them to provide detailed line item reporting at this juncture for those reductions, but I'd hoped that we could get a short narrative so that each of the department directors could represent to you what the impacts of 10 to 20% reductions in their departmental budgets would mean pursuant to their recommendations to the council in terms of how we would move forward with those reductions in revenue. In terms of the suggestions as providing guidance in terms of the kind of direction that we're looking for from the City Council, we would note and recommend to you that we not only maintain but that we actually enhance our commitment to the city's infrastructure. As you know, in recent years we have not put money up front into the infrastructure funds, and we have accordingly virtually exhausted those funds in terms of monies that are available for streets, for storm drainage improvements in particular. We have done that with the understanding and with the expectation that there would be money left over at the end of each fiscal year that we could put towards those infrastructure funds. Unfortunately, that has not proven to be the case in the last 2 years, and probably not going to be the case this year. 2 years ago, we had the Lehman Brothers. Actually, 2 years ago, I think it was the GASB funding that we identified the need for retiree medical benefits that no money had been set aside for. It's a fund that needs to be established. We can do it through CalPERS and have done it through CalPERS that actually generates 7.5% in annual interest on monies that are put into that fund. Those are monies that you have a legal obligation in San Carlos to meet the financial obligations for the retiree medical benefit that was established some 30 years ago. As you might imagine, as the number of retirees increases and as medical costs continue to increase, that those obligations and costs are growing exponentially. And so the city needs to put money aside as early as possible. We have done that. We have established some of those funds, but we are not currently budgeting those at 100% of what the actuarial study would suggest should be budgeted. And so we're suggesting that GASB obligation, that sinking fund, as well as monies for the infrastructure fund. Again, the second year we lost the Lehman Brothers money, and so we didn't have the money at the end of the year to put into the infrastructure fund. This year I would expect that we're going to see that revenues are not going to meet our projections, and there may be a need to take savings from this year and actually cover the deficit that we expect to experience from our revenues not meeting our expectations this fiscal year. The bottom line is that we've not put money into the infrastructure fund either up front or in arrears as we have planned, and accordingly we have no money. The infrastructure is continuing to deteriorate, and that simply is bad policy and practice from the standpoint of if those streets, if those storm drains, if those sewers continue to deteriorate, the cost of fixing them after they get beyond a certain point of disrepair will be more than if we were paying proper attention to them all along. So actually we need to maintain and actually enhance our commitment in those areas. That will further exacerbate the deficit situation that I've outlined. And I've also indicated, and I should indicate that this slide was presented or prepared actually before Thursday and Friday of last week as well. The thought was that we should make an effort to maintain public safety while continuing to pair ancillary programs within the fire and police departments while aggressively pursuing contract options with regional service providers. And from our perspective, certainly, for purposes of local control, for purposes of providing the quality of service that you want, we think it's appropriate that you have your own fire department and that you have your own police department. As you know, we share the fire department with the city of Belmont. But it's good, I think, for communities, for their own identity and for their own ability to provide services at their preferred level to have that kind of control. There is a cost to that, however, because we lose some of the economies of scale by having small departments unto themselves. There might be some opportunities for regional cost sharing, but the reason that we've indicated that we should pursue contract options with regional service providers is that past experience would suggest that our ability to form those kinds of relationships with neighboring cities are not cost effective for the city of San Carlos. And the primary reason for that is that the salaries that we pay for the city employees in San Carlos are 5 to 15% less than what the neighboring cities pay their employees. And because of that disparity, if we contract with our neighboring cities, even though there might be some economies of scale and there might be some savings from or with respect to less management spread over those 2 or 3 cities, that's lost when we actually pay the compensation levels that are required in order to pay the employees at the service level or at the compensation levels that our neighboring cities pay their employees. Accordingly, it's our thought that if we really want to realize the economies of scale, if we really want to realize the efficiencies that come with larger organizations, that we'll need to have discussions with regional service providers, and that would either be the state or the county. We would suggest that we continue to work with labor to redefine the compensation levels for municipal workers in a legally permissible manner. As this council knows, we have actively been involved with labor negotiations over the years to reduce and pair benefits. We've taken salaries from what at one point were average or striving to be average compensation levels to now I point to where the city's employees are 5 to 15% below the market for like cities in the area. Again, the benefits have been pared back beyond what for new employees, tiered in such a manner that for new employees, I think in a more aggressive manner than any other city that I'm aware of or familiar with. I think the employees and the city is to be commended for the efforts to do that in a constructive and proactive way. But obviously, given the city's financial situation, that work needs to continue. And that is indeed very much a part of our recommendation. And finally, because it is one of the last remaining and largest areas of our city's budget, and if we're going to enhance our infrastructure and if we're going to try and maintain public safety, unfortunately, the largest hit in terms of where budget impacts would come from this recommendation would be that we actually do close parks, facilities, and discontinue recreation programming and the support thereof as necessary to actually balance the budget. I'm softening my position a little bit on this recommendation today because of the new information that we had on Thursday and Friday. I'm not sure that this can be done in a responsible manner in 1 year, and that we might have to look at this over a 2-year period of time in terms of being able to redefine the scope of our services in an appropriate manner. But that generally outlines what the staff recommendation would be to you. As I indicated, Mr. Maltby will actually, when he goes through the report, get to page 11, will give you a more itemized and definitive recommendation from the city staff in a more specific manner consistent with the staff report. But I wanted to provide you with my thoughts in a more generic way as we begin the discussion of this report. With that, I'd like to introduce Mr. Maltby to walk us through the staff report. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Jeff Maltby. I'm the city's Administrative Services Director. When I give these presentations, typically I like to start by looking back to remind the council, the staff, and the public of a little bit of what's been done. So we'll begin with this year's budget. When the council considered adopting the budget back in June, the city was facing a $2.4 million budget deficit. It was addressed through a few different options. The council cut $342,000 from its budget expenditures. It deferred for probably the 7th or 8th year in a row any direct funding of $1.1 million into the city's capital infrastructure fund. Transferred approximately half of the money out of the annual equipment replacement budget that primarily goes to replace rolling stock throughout the city in Public Works, Parks Maintenance, and the Police Department. And then utilized $675,000 in economic uncertainties reserves. All those things together brought this budget into balance. However, the council also recognized that the use of reserves would not be a sustainable approach. and at the time they adopted the budget, identified an additional $700,000 in cuts citywide, $675,000 to the general fund, that they authorized go into effect on June 30th, 2010, the last day of this fiscal year. These are those cuts. They're across the board in every department. They include healthy cities, special needs, recreation superintendent position, administrative positions, employee events, planning hours, a building inspector position, maintenance position, in-house diversion coordinator, community service, reduction in the community service officer staffing, and reduction in youth center part-time staff. We've been at the budget cuts for a long time here, as many of you know. And each year it gets more and more difficult, and last year was, I think, the most difficult year we had had in a number of years in terms of the severity of the cuts, even though we weren't cutting as much, maybe dollar-wise, as we had cut in some previous years. They get more and more painful. It gets more and more raw, and I think that's only going to grow exponentially, beginning with what we're seeing on this list and what we see in the staff report as described by the department directors. Looking back a little further, one of the questions that I know you always get on the City Council and we always get on the staff is why does the city have the problem? You know, what's driving? And the answer includes a number of factors. And you have to go back a ways to get to some of them, because some of them start pretty far in the past. And in the 80s and the 90s, as many people in this community know, the city began to enhance some of its services, particularly in the area of recreation, with the construction of an adult community center and a youth center in the 90s, and a new library and new parks. Also during the 90s, the very early part of the 90s, the state discovered a new method of budgeting balancing its budget, and that's called rating local government funding. So in approximately 1991, as the state went through tough times, recession back then, they began to divert money from this city, the county, all other cities, to help pay its mandated education costs. And those takes from the state have grown over the years to be, in today's dollars, about $2 million of revenue that that the city back in the 80s, when it was making some of those decisions, counted on for decades, has since been transferred to the state. So that's one reason.
Mr. Malpe, how many?
Two reasons.
How many millions?
About $2 million.
Okay. Per year?
Per year.
Right. Thank you.
Over this time, too, the federal government and the state government have increasingly put demands on local government, the mandated programs that we've talked about earlier and that we're all familiar with. Clean water, cleaning up the environment, recycling, garbaging, many of the types of programs that didn't exist back then or were just in their creation and weren't typically the purview of local government. And then, of course, as the city manager talked about, we've had increased salaries and benefits over this period of time as well. And then, as everyone's aware, we're in a current economic recession that is very deep across the entire nation. The second question that we often get is, why don't other cities have this problem? And that can be a very complicated, very long, very drawn-out discussion. Not every city receives the same amount of property tax. The amounts were fixed in 1978. We receive below the average of property tax within this county, so that's one explanation of why our finances are different than some of our neighbors. Every city in the county that's San Carlos' size or larger either has passed a local tax measure to fund their services, parks and recreation, police, fire, or they have some kind of a special district that funds a portion of their services, like the Belmont Fire Protection District, funding fire services in our neighbor's jurisdiction. Despite these advantages, however, these cities are faced with difficult financial challenges, and they're looking at the full range of options right now that we're looking at. The difference in many instances is our city offers more services in some areas to its residents than some of its neighbors with fewer staff per capita. Per capita now we're staffed at about the lowest level in the county. Over the past 4 years, San Carlos's revenues have grown on average 3.7%, while its expenditures have grown approximately 5.9%. Despite significant cuts in the past in fire services, and despite significant cuts in the past in police services, the area of public safety has grown over the last 4 years. 4 years ago, public safety represented 51% of the city's general fund budget and was about $1 million less than the amount the city received in property tax and sales tax. Today, in this current budget, public safety represents approximately 59% and is more than $1 million more than what we receive in property tax and sales tax from this community. So it's grown as its share of the pie over the last 4 years. Revenues, as I said earlier, 3.7%. This gives you some indication. Sales taxes are down, property taxes are down, or property taxes have been up over 4 years. These are the numbers. As I understand, you're aware, we've had some changes, and I'll get into that in a minute. Those two areas, the TOT area, the vehicle in lieu, and possibly one other, are in extreme flux right now. And so those are going to be adjusting as we move through the budget process.
And just one question as you go through that, those percentages are total over 4 years. They're not per annum.
Correct.
Correct. Okay.
Through the chair, Mr. Malpe, in terms of the franchise tax, can you give just a very quick explanation of what that is?
The franchise tax is the money that we're getting from, I believe, the transfer station and other areas like that. Okay. Oops, go back here. On the expenditures, the 5.9%, I broke this down for you per department so that you could see, as you've made decisions on the council regarding the budget, sort of the course that has been charted, those policy decisions that you make as we implement them at the staff level has laid out a course. This is how it looks. We've seen 8.6% growth in general governmental, which includes the council and the manager and the clerk and those types of functions. Administrative services, which are the finance and the HR and the IT, have been reduced dramatically, starting with sort of a major reorganization 4 years ago of those functions. Community development has grown a small amount over that time. Fire has grown at a much faster pace. This, however, includes the fire funding formula. So some of the costs of the overall department haven't grown that much, but as San Carlos has taken on more of its share of that cost, our costs have gone up over that time period. Police about 20%, Public Works has come down 20%, Parks and Recreation down 3%, and capital outlay has been reduced to a very, very low level in this city. Despite those efforts, the expenditures have grown by nearly 6%.
Through the chair.
Yes.
Mr. Malpe, just doing a quick back of the envelope, I just wanted to get a fact check. If safety was taken out, we've got a negative 18% growth in expenditures?
If safety was taken out, well, I mean, I don't have the envelope. So,
okay,
but,
just checking.
Yeah.
I have that minus 11%.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
11% all others other than safety, negative 11 for 4 years.
Yeah, it sounds about right when you figure in the scale of the entire city and public safety. Salary and benefits, this is, sort of the same information as the expenditures broken down in a different way. The salaries and benefits are one small component of, or not small, one large component of the expenditures. And this is how it looks per department again. As you can see, one of the numbers that jumps out is the community development number. Their budget is only up 2.4%, but their salaries and benefits are up quite a bit. And that's because going back 4 years ago, a good number of the planners were contract planners through a private entity that we purchased services that professional services money, as we call it, is in a different portion of the budget than salaries and benefits. So basically the same amount of dollars that were in professional services were taken out and put into salaries and benefits. The overall budget is relatively flat, but salaries and benefits came up. Professional services came down. Fire, that's how it looks there with a footnote at the bottom that if we were paying 50-50 still for the fire department, the salaries and benefits would have grown by 15.7%. Because we're paying more, it's a inflated number because that new formula took effect during the lifespan of this analysis. Police salaries 11%, Public Works 2.2, Parks and Rec down 2.3. That gives you just another indication of the data. And then I thought it would be useful for you to see CPI index that is used in many of the city's memorandums of understanding the labor contracts and how that tracks over the same 4 period of time with revenue growth and expenditures. And you can see that our annual revenue growth over that period of time actually outperformed the CPI index. But our expenditures are almost double or a little more than double what the CPI index was here. So looking ahead, it's critical to note that this particular report is coming about 4 months earlier than we typically give it to you. This is usually material that we don't start to cover with the council until the April budget study session. So the numbers that are involved, the revenue numbers, the expenditure projections, those types of things are likely to change as we're working on it. We're still getting information from the state of California in terms of property tax and sales tax. Just Thursday and Friday, we got new information from the state through the county that our budget deficit is getting a lot bigger, a lot quicker than we anticipated. We still need to vet a lot of that data. We have just preliminary numbers right now. We need to understand what's happening with our sales tax and why, to know if it's an anomaly or we can expect catch-up payments from a business in the future, or if we've lost a certain business, or if it's a specific category of business that is being impacted, or there are reasons why we should project differently our sales tax revenue in the future. The revenue that we get from the state, from some of the games that the state has played on the triple flip where they take the city's money and give you back some other money with their other hand, have been reduced by the state, and we're going to be getting a lesser share of the vehicle license, the vehicle in lieu formulas, the money that we're getting back on the vehicle registration tax cut that took effect years ago, that was traditionally a local tax, traditionally a tax used to fund public safety, police in particular. We've been getting a backfill on that. That's being reduced. Those are the major factors driving this increase in terms of the city's deficit. Like I say, Thursday and Friday were very bad days in administration here, where we learned that our deficit likely next year will be about $1.2 million higher than we thought. So about $3.6 million after the Y2 cuts, $4.3 million before the Y2 cuts. That represents an enormous portion of this city's general fund budget, 15 to 17%, depending on the impacts related to transfers and other overhead allocations. It's dramatic, that 4.3 number, when you put it all on the scale. By making the Y2 cuts now, you're bringing it down to about 12, 13%, taking a smaller bite. But that 3.6 number will be, I think, daunting to deal with for the city and the city staff. In addition, a lot of that $1 million, a lot of that $1.2 million that we're projecting, we're seeing come down in this year's revenue. It's likely that we're going to have to make some more cuts at mid-year in February. We do that every year. We take a look at February in the formal mid-year where we bring to you. Typically the adjustments are small in nature, accepting some more money here or putting a little more money there and making adjustments. This year it looks like it's going to be more significant. We'll know more in January when we get the final reports from the county and our tax consultants on how the revenue's shaking out. and then we'll come forward with some recommendations about how to proceed. So solutions, a budget deficit this large is going to require all the solutions. There's not one area or the other that really has the capacity to deal with a budget deficit this large. So we built into the staff report a number of areas. This will show you the specific recommendations by the city manager that the council can look at as tools in creating policy that will help guide the staff in preparing a budget. It would include budgeting an ERAF rebate. This is revenue that we've gotten back from the county for about the last 10 years of $700,000. City's not entitled to this revenue, but we have received it. So one possibility would be, and we're recommending, although hesitantly recommending that you do this, that you could budget it. The downside is, if the revenue doesn't come in by mid-year of next year's budget, you're going to have to make some emergency cuts or use some reserves for the balance of that fiscal year before you can address the new deficit. Reserves, you don't have a lot of reserves in this city. We're not likely to get any new revenue that we can use for reserves anytime soon. So you should think long and hard before you put your final financial resources into play. We think that you've got enough time right now to be able to plan and make the changes you need to bring the services in line with the revenues we've got. We've got a section in the report on retirement incentive programs that have been mentioned by the City Council as part of the strategic planning process, that there was some interest in being provided with some information there. That's one tool that we could talk about and prepare more if the council was interested. We're not recommending that at the staff level, but it's an option. There are revenue enhancements, including parking meters downtown, which you're familiar with the concept. AB 939 related to recycling fees that could be charged for a portion of people's time that work on that. Solid waste franchise fee that's been before and discussed with the council before. There's continuing to defer capital expenditures, equipment replacement costs, and Gatsby 45 in terms of putting the full amount there. We're putting in about $800,000. We need to get to about $925 to fully fund it. We could lower that amount to about $450,000, $500,000. That would be our annual pay-as-you-go amount, the minimum that we would have to pay annually. There's the concept of consolidating areas that have been discussed. Of course, fire has been consolidated once already, and it's an area that the council in the past has spent a lot of time discussing further consolidations. There are police consolidations, maintenance consolidations, IT, payroll is one that's actually part of the Y2 cuts, sort of triggers a contracting out of the city's payroll function to the private sector. There are those kinds of options that we would be looking for direction from the city council. Those are, many of them take a lot of time to prepare. It's unlikely that they would be ready for July 1st start date for the next fiscal year. There are the program service reductions as outlined by the department directors. I'm not going to get into all those impacts because they're so lengthy and diverse in nature. You've had a chance to read and review them. The staff report's available to the public. And then there's the salary and benefit reductions. There are legal processes related to the area of labor relations, and the council has previously directed staff to go back and begin discussions with all of its labor units. We've done that. We've had a budget-related meeting with the two AFSCME groups and the confidential group. We had a meeting last week with Teamsters. I think management's getting a meeting scheduled. We've got another meeting scheduled with AFSCME next week. So that process is moving forward as the council has requested. So that's my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions to help you as you discuss this item further.
Okay, so are any questions here? Start over here, Matt. Mr. Grocott?
Starting with page 5 of your staff report, you mentioned under community development this number that sticks out, the 37.4%, and you said that is because of changing from contractors to employees. So is that a matter of accounting? I mean, the number, we still had to pay for contractors. Are you saying that we went up 37.4% in money out that we're spending?
If you look at the chart right above it, and under community development,
Sure, it shows a 2.4%.
you see the 2.4%?
Yes, I do.
That tells you that pretty much all of that growth in the salaries and benefits was offset by a corresponding reduction in professional services.
Okay.
Which was where the contractor
That's not
was paid.
as gross of a number as it appears, the 37.4.
It reflects more of a operational change.
That's okay. Good. That's what I was wanting to know. ERAF. What is the amount of money we have been getting back?
It varies from year to year, but it ranges between 700 and I think at its height, and it hasn't been that for a couple of years now, about 900,000.
900,000. Okay. Mr. Mayor, that's something I would like to discuss later in terms of how we might approach that. And then franchise fee is from the SBWMA, right? That's the big one. I think don't we get one also with
There are others.
Comcast and so forth?
Yeah.
Yeah. But the amount that's what we used to put into capital improvement. More recently, we've been using it in the general fund. That's around 1.4 million.
Well, it's actually the last few years been closer to 1.1 million that we've received, but that arrangement has recently been sort of renegotiated,
right?
And there are some new metrics involved, so it may go up in the future.
Okay.
But the transfers.
I mean, there are two different fees, and I don't want to get them confused. One is the fee that the SBWMA pays to the city, which Councilmember Grocott is referring to, which is the 1.1 million, plus or minus, that we historically, and this is before my tenure with the city, at one time apparently put monies from that into the infrastructure fund. Since I've been here, and I think even before I got here, we've now used that to balance the budget and have not put those monies in the infrastructure fund. But there also is a franchise fee that is charged for the service collector who collects the garbage in town. And last year we recommended that be increased from 5 to 8 or 5 to 10%. The council raised it from 5 to 8. So one of the suggestions here is that we go back and revisit that franchise fee and raise it, to be comparable to what our neighboring cities.
5 to 8, what?
5 to 8% on top of what the base
Can you
garbage
give us
rate
dollar
is.
amounts, though, instead of percentages?
Each percent is it 50,000? Yeah, 50,000, something like that.
Okay, so total that up for me, please.
2%, well, 8% would be 400,000, thereabouts. So 2% increase would be about 95 to 100,000. Some cities, I think, are as high as 13 or 15%. But
Currently, it's around 400,000.
I would
Without
think that's
changing the
a
fee.
ballpark figure.
Yeah.
Okay, let's stick with that for right now. Let's not get too confusing up here. Okay, thank you. And then give us a little brief on, I know I've read some material recently about AB 939, but can you give us a little short?
I think I'd actually refer that question over to Brian Mora, the Assistant City Manager.
All right. Give us a brief on 939, real short.
Sure. AB 939 is the requirement to have 50% or more recycling. In some cities, what they do is they charge administrative time, such as we do. We charge $20,000, a portion of my time, for AB 939. Some other cities are much more aggressive. For example, in the city of Belmont, the AB 939 charge is $400,000 a year. In San Mateo, it's $900,000 per year. That's both for...
It goes into the, excuse me, Mr. Moore,
Sure.
So then that goes into the garbage rate.
Right. It does go in the garbage rate, and it goes into the city general fund. In some cases, it's full-time staff, like a recycling manager. In other cases, it would be to recoup more time. And as the city manager alluded to, one of the other proposals that we'll talk to you about at your next meeting is the potential of recouping the city manager's time and his admin time under that banner, again, to be more accurate in terms of our effort and to, again, put more money in the general fund.
Okay, so it's a fee that goes into the garbage rates. It's there now, correct?
Right, it would be an expansion. Well,
excuse me.
AB 939 is not there now.
Is not
Well, the only thing that we charge today under AB 939 is a portion of my time, roughly $20,000. But as I indicated, that's dramatically less than what you're seeing in some of your neighboring cities, where their charge is not $20,000; it's more like $400,000 to $900,000 per year. Much different.
And Mr. Maltby, the recommendation in the staff report is perhaps, as Mr. Moore is talking about, to increase it?
It would be to increase it, but I can't tell you today to what, because we're going to have to study, and we can only charge what our real costs are.
Right.
So we're going to have to understand what would qualify under that category of fee to be charged back through the rates.
Plus, a comment to the rest of the council is the letter I'm referring to is talking about a 7% increase coming real soon. Part of that, about 1% of it, because of the counties charging us for Ox Mountain landfill. So we have to be mindful of that, is my comment. Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Councilmember Griselli, any questions?
I just had a quick question, maybe Mr. Weiss or Mr. Balby. You indicated that salaries or compensation, I believe is the word you used, was approximately 5 to 15% less. And if we had a merger or more regionalization, we wouldn't necessarily pick up anything, because of the fact that our compensation is less. Does that take into account PERS? Because and again, maybe I'm wrong here, correct me please, and I could be wrong. If we have a larger group, if we take 20 people and then make it 40 or 50 people, wouldn't our PERS rates go down? Wouldn't that compensate for some of that salary differential?
I'm not sure that that's the case, because
I know, that's why I'm asking the question.
Yeah, we'd have to study that with PERS. I think it depends upon the nature of the employees, how close they are to retirement, and whether or not it puts you over a certain number of employees that might put you into a different pool. And I believe the number there is 100. So if you get over a certain size, then it does affect. So we'd have to study that further. But I think
that could be a mitigating point if you get to a large enough group. If there is a number, our PERS rate could come down, thereby somewhat mitigating the 5 to 15%.
I guess it's theoretically possible. What I've looked at is salary survey data that would compare us with the cities of Belmont, Redwood City, San Mateo, for example. And with fire, as another example, to offset the savings that you might get from any large pooling of PERS, generally, historically, as I understand it, the compensation there has been driven partially by survey data that would suggest that if you're a larger organization, you're compared with other large organizations, which tend to have higher salaries yet than what smaller organizations have. And so where maybe there's some efficiencies, like I say, the data would suggest that the larger organizations are actually paying much, much more than the small organizations are. And so if you were trying to keep both fire stations open, for example, and contracting with Redwood City and San Mateo, they have to recover their base salary costs, plus they're going to charge an overhead. And our experience has been, when we looked at that previously, is that those more than offset the cost of the Belmont San Carlos Fire Department providing that service unto themselves. The generic savings that we experienced previously was with our discussions with CAL FIRE.
Okay, well, I just had to ask that question because there are lots of moving parts to this, and with PERS and the benefits, I mean, like you say, compensation includes not only salary, but obviously benefits too, and it makes a big difference on the numbers, so thank you.
Questions? Councilmember Klein?
No, it's a pretty straightforward report. Thank you for staff for putting this together. I'm ready to discuss. I'm ready to hear from the public personally.
Yeah. We're close to that.
No, I'll pass it this time.
Okay. So, two questions. Kind of start the same way that Councilmember Griselli started. Mr. Weiss, you mentioned, again, this 5 to 15% salary that we're lower than other cities. We compare ourselves to the 20 cities in San Mateo County. I've confirmed that that's pretty much the case. The issue, though, is there's a lot going on this past 6 months to 12 months, and a lot's going to go on in the next couple years. So, two-part question. I think the first part's easy. The second part of the question is really difficult. But the first part is, do we feel that salaries and benefits will be in a decline over a year to two, which if we do some consolidations or joining or merging, do the average for other cities catch up to us, or maybe the term is catch down to us because of the economy and factors and, again, all this stuff coming down? And second part of the question, if that is the case, because we've been aggressive with our two-tier program and reducing some benefits and now slightly behind on some salaries, that at what point in time, how long would it take the other cities to get close to where we to where we are now, or will we always be behind?
I don't know, maybe Jeff can help me, but I'm not aware of other cities that have actually reduced compensation for existing employees beyond what the city of San Carlos has already done. What's happened, whereas 3 or 4 years ago we made an effort, and I think our unstated policy was to try to pay an average salary in San Carlos. That way, we knew we had fewer employees. We knew that we had to do better with what we had. Mm-hmm. But I think we strove. We were always playing catch up. But I think we were trying to pay what amounted to an average salary. And now when we look at the data, we're paying 5 to 15% less, which would seem to suggest that other cities are or have continued to pay a little bit more, whereas San Carlos has paid a very little bit more, and actually have paired benefits not only for future employees. They've been tiered pretty much across the board, but there have been reductions in pay for performance, in sharing of medical costs and other areas where actual reductions have been imposed upon the city's employees. Mm-hmm. Whereas I don't think other cities have across the board experienced those same kinds of reductions.
Okay. So your overall assessment is there will continue to be a gap. There will be no change over the next year or two. Okay. And my last, just a point, just a different viewpoint, and actually agreeing with Mr. Weiss's comment that I think larger organizations generally do pay more. But I think the other half of the equation in industry and manufacturing and service organizations, these large organizations do drive pricing down and costs down. And the main three reasons for that is quality, investments in information technology and capital, and third, just overall process improvements. So I think it's actually becomes much closer to the same. They do pay more, but they get more bang for their buck. And we could look at some large manufacturing companies. There's basically one place in the world that makes light bulbs. That's it. Because the volume is so high, the process is so perfect, the quality is there, and the cost structure is down. And that's kind of if that's a good example, it's an exaggeration of a manufacturing process. But I do want to talk about, I think there can be some benefits. We're a small company here. We have 110 employees. There could be some benefits in larger, but I think when you do pay more, there are offsets that you strive for to continue to get your quality and your costs down. Just my opinion on that. So any other questions? I would like to hear from the public.
Mr. Royce, just
Councilmember
a point of how you want to run this.
Sure. Mostly questions from council. I want to go to public comment and then just discussion with council. But
so just in terms of your process, I do have one question. When we look at the Y2, might we be able to ask questions of even department heads? And when do you want, if so, when can we do that? Yeah,
can we get through public comment first? And
sure. Yeah, I'm just...
Call them up one time? That'd be good.
Yeah, ask for your order. Yeah, thank you.
Great. Do that. So, again, I have 4 speaker cards. We welcome anybody who would like to speak can fill out a speaker card, bring it up to either corner of the table would be fine. And as these speakers are speaking, if you feel the urge based on something they said and you want to speak, please come up. We could always get a card after you speak. And when you do come up, if you could identify yourself, name, and where you live. And I'll start here with Scott King, and after Scott will be Joseph Caprioni. So Joseph, if you could kind of get in the queue and maybe come up to the front row and be ready to go, that'd be great. Officer King, it's a pleasure.
How are you?
And thank you for your letter of a few weeks ago, a week ago.
Well, my name is Scott King, and for those of you who don't know me, I'm a resident. I've been a resident for about 15 years in San Carlos, and I'm a police officer, and I've been working here for 20 years as a police officer. Like you said, I am the one who sent you that 6-page letter because I thought it was important that you see actually specifically what are some of the duties and some of the things that we do here. But today I'm speaking about one topic only because I only have a couple minutes, and this topic is about the potential loss of 2 or more police officer positions. As of last Saturday, I'm the most senior patrol officer in the San Carlos Police Department. Officer Alex Voget just retired after 27 years, and because I'm the most senior officer, I felt like it was necessary to come up and give a 2-minute account of what I'm opposed to the police budget cuts. 2 weeks before Alex Voget retired, another officer, Officer Bedolla, was promoted to sergeant. So not only did we lose Officer Voget last Saturday in the patrol function, we lost now Sergeant Bedolla as a patrol officer. So in a 2-week period, we lost 2 positions in the patrol force. These are people who actually work the street, who answer calls. So 2 in a department of about 16 patrol officers who actually patrol, that's actually quite a bit. The chief has stated that most likely he will not be able to fill these 2 vacancies due to budget cuts. And if he did fill them, that most likely it's a good possibility they could get laid off in July. So in a department this size, losing 2 positions, and like I said, that 2-week period, it's a big loss. And I don't have the time to go into the amount of positions that we've lost in the recent years, but I will give you just a summary. 2 sergeants and many officer positions, at least 3, that we haven't filled because of budget cuts. I understand there is a budget problem. There's no doubt. I understand that. So what I'm asking for is from the City Council and the City Administration to work together to find another solution so we don't have to cut the officers who actually work the street, and there's many reasons for this. We respond to your houses. We respond to each other's cover calls. It's a safety issue, and we want to be professional police officers. We all are professional police officers, but it's hard to do our job if there's only 3 of us or 2 of us out there working, and it entails 5 or 6 other officers. So I think it's really important to keep that in mind. One last thing is I am not a speaker. I don't stand up in front of people. It makes me very nervous. I don't do this. But again, I felt it was very important for me to get up and explain that it is vital that we minimize the police budget cuts. We need every CSO, PST, police officer, sergeant out there right now because we are at a bare minimum. In my 20 years experience, this is the worst we've had it. So actually it might have been a little worse, but we got our staffing back up and now we're trying to cut again. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for doing a great job and being so calm, appearance-wise, about it. Thank you.
Through the chair. Through the chair, I just want to make note that I've heard from a couple of council members about this letter. I have not received it, so if I could get a copy of that, City Clerk.
Yeah, I'll put an action item. I have a copy. I'll forward that to you tomorrow.
I think it's because it came as a doc form, and
yeah,
perhaps.
Yeah, it was an attached file, so you may not have seen that, but yeah. I'll forward that to you. Okay. So, Joseph, your turn, and queued up, we have Gilbert Granado. Thank you. Gilbert.
Council, Mayor, I've whittled on this to try and keep it down to 2 minutes, so bear with me.
Actually, I'm going, there's 4 speaker cards.
Okay.
You need to go a little longer. If you start repeating yourself, I'll stop you, but take your time and do a good job.
My name is Joe Caprioni. Some of you know who I am and where I'm coming from. I've owned in this city for over 25 years. The facts I'm about to present are well known and some already stated. This city is in the red for over $2.5 million. We don't have hotels, auto dealerships, big box stores other than Home Depot to draw tax dollars from. Sales and property values are down, so less money there. The hospital project is on hold. 2 major companies are leaving. The state is readying our coffers to fill their own. We are one of a few cities in the entire Bay Area that doesn't have a utility tax. We don't even have parking meters. All these leading to reduced tax bases. The city is being sued by baykeepers because of sewer overflows, and state and federal governments are mandating more stringent regulations on both sewer and storm, which will require more manpower and more equipment. The statement was made that employees make too much. The city has requested the unions to consider opening contracts to make cuts to wages and benefits. Maintenance workers who basically take care of this city make less than the average of the cities around us and do it with a lot less manpower. Belmont and Foster City, for example, have the same population yet have 2 to 3 times the manpower that we do. Cuts have been made for the last 10 years, and more are coming. Streetlights turned off, senior and youth centers closed, special needs programs shut down, all due to lack of money. Demands of these citizens in this town are great, but because of budget cuts, many of their requests will have to be turned down. Had Measure U passed, the city would have kept the programs and services going with minimal impact to the citizens. The council was well aware of what would happen if it didn't pass. So with all this said, I have one question, and especially for you, Mr. Grocott. Explain to me the rest of the citizens, what is your plan to fix this budget problem now that Measure U has failed?
So I just want to clarify that the questions should be addressed to City Council, so it'll be up to us if we decide.
I understand
to answer
that.
Thank you.
But one member of this council fought against something that would have helped save this city from the problems that it's having right now. That's why I was directed to him.
Okay, but we will accept that. Thank you very, very much. Gil, please.
Mayor Royce, council members, I'm Gil Granado. I'm the president of the Police Officers Association. I represent the majority of the back 2 rows of this room of officers that give every day of their lives to the safety of the citizens. I'm here to just say a few words on behalf of the anticipated budget cuts that we'll be forced to make in the near future. It's not an easy job, and I don't envy you for it. In response to show a 10% reduction, the chief is showing the loss of 4 additional officers. That is correct. I did say additional because we have lost 8 in the last 10 years. I am here to specifically point out that the men and women police officers in San Carlos cannot endure any more cuts without endangering their safety or the safety of the citizens of San Carlos. In the words of Councilman Lewis, spoken about an hour ago, it is your job to protect and provide. Just to explain a little bit more detail about what we do, at a routine domestic disturbance call, if you can call them routine, it takes a minimum of at least 3 officers to 4 officers to handle the call once the scene is secure. We initially respond whoever is available when the safety of the combatants and the responding officers is at stake. At an average accident on El Camino Real, it can take at least 3 officers to handle the call. 1 to gather information for the report and check for injuries, 2 to call for first aid, traffic control, call tow trucks, or even begin measurements to reconstruct the scene. At an average disturbing the peace call, it takes at least 3 officers to handle the call. 2 to evaluate and take someone into custody if necessary, and 1 more officer to discourage others from joining in. At an average medical emergency where police officers are summoned, it takes at least 2 officers to handle the call. 1 to render first aid and provide assistance, and the 2nd to comfort family members and keep them from unknowingly interfering with life-saving efforts. At an average traffic stop, to investigate a suspected drunk driver, it usually takes 2 officers to conduct the investigation and make an arrest if necessary. Pile a couple of friends in the drunk driver's car, we might even have 3 or 4 officers there for our own safety. In the chief's recommendations, or his report, he stated that staffing levels were dropped to 2 and 1, and that means 1 supervisor and 2 patrol officers per shift on any given day or night. Based on what we have just explained about our staffing needs to handle everyday calls, you can see that we will only be able to handle 1 in-progress call at a time. If we are at a combative shoplifter in custody at Best Buy, that means everything west of Industrial is not being policed. If a domestic call in White Oaks or an accident in El Camino occurs at the same time, we will either have to call for mutual aid or be forced to make decisions that could in the long run get someone hurt, such as leaving 1 officer with a combative suspect, cuffed or not. These are decisions that we have been forced to make in the past because all our officers were tied up. But to make staffing decisions that will expose our officers to this on a daily basis is not the answer. I know that we could have 10 officers on duty on some days or nights, and it would not be enough. What I am talking about is exposure as a matter of doing business every day or night. About a year ago, I stood in front of you talking about the character, will, and work ethic of the officers of San Carlos. Not only the officers, but the entire staff, the records clerks, the command staff, everybody that works, and even the volunteers. At that time, I stated that we really didn't fear any more cuts because there really isn't anything left to cut. Now, I feel I need to qualify that statement. To be able to be required to give the public services safety in a safe manner to the citizens, there is nothing left to cut.
So, Gil, if you could start to wrap up here.
Yes. The chief and I have both stated that our officers are the finest in the county. I have often heard the chief say we do more with less. Our officers do what is necessary, compensation or not, to get the job done. How much longer can this go on? I leave you with the challenge. Get to know the officers, get to know the records clerks, get to know the administrative personnel in the department. Go on ride-alongs with the men and women of the police department, not just one, but maybe 1 at night during the weekend and 1 at day during the week when our services are in high demand. See what it takes to provide the service we provide on an everyday call, and ask yourself this: could this officer safely handle this call by themselves? If I was this police officer and something went wrong and I was in a fight for my life, would I want my help coming from a few blocks away or from Redwood City or Belmont after looking up my location on a map? Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. We have Ken Castle. And Ken, just what I'm trying to be fair, other people have had about 3.5 minutes there. So.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Mayor Royce and City Council, welcome new council member Andy Klein. Great to have you aboard. My name is Ken Castle. I'm a resident of White Oaks in San Carlos. I'm going to try to digest a little bit of a lengthy email letter that I sent to all of you this evening. I'm not going to read it verbatim. I'm going to touch on some highlights. As all of you know, about 8 months ago, we created a neighborhood watch group in White Oaks, probably the largest organization of its kind in San Carlos. We basically stepped up, organized ourselves, got great cooperation from the police department and the public works department. We have signs up, we have block captains, we have a wonderful organization. What worries us is when we look at these scenarios with 10 and 20% cutbacks, what if somebody sees a burglar breaking into someone's house and calls the police department and they don't have anyone to send? What good is a neighborhood watch if we don't have the kind of response and the kind of staffing that is necessary to help us? We've stepped up. We've done our part. It's time for the city to do its part and make sure that we don't have any more cutbacks. One of the things that was curious to me as people joined our neighborhood watch is, why did they vote against Measure U? As you know, I worked for Measure U. The answer that I got was that not that they disbelieved in or didn't support the police and fire departments, but that they believed the city had basically spent too much on other kinds of services, all the ones that have been talked about, parks and recreation, youth center, and so forth, and that they shouldn't be asked to be approving tax measures for what should be a given, what should be the very bedrock or foundation of city government, which is to provide people with health and safety. So they didn't feel they should be passing taxes for that. They felt that money should come out of the general fund, and the other types of services should be put up for votes, should be justifying their existence because they are nice to haves and not need to haves. The discussion that I think this council should have is a philosophical one.
What are the important issues, the vital services that we must have, beyond which we cannot cut? And we've cut so much in police and fire. These numbers up here are not just numbers. They represent men and women who are out working on our behalf, who are saving lives. Minutes mean lives. If people can't be reached in minutes because we closed the fire station, because they're having a heart attack, and that time is doubled or tripled, we're not saving lives. We're putting people in danger. Property, same thing. So I think we have to look very carefully at what's behind these numbers and what are the challenges that are facing us logistically. That said, I want to offer a few ideas, and you can look at my letter more extensively for things. I'd like to see us not cut if we can. I'd like to see us look at some other revenue opportunities if we can. I'd say one of them, parking meters should be just a slam dunk. Everybody's talked about it now. Every other city in the county has parking meters. I wouldn't emulate what Redwood City has right now because it's not working, but it certainly is a new revenue source that would be relatively painless. I think we should definitely move ahead with that. I think we ought to consider creating an Adopt a Park program for people who use the parks, for fields and youth sports and whatever. Give people the opportunity to step up, adopt a park, and create fundraisers for it. People here are very motivated to form community organizations to step up and help if they're asked. And I think that's something we could look into. I definitely think we ought to look at a consolidation with Belmont. I'm not convinced that the salary differential would offset the savings that might occur from efficiencies and management. We'd have our own dispatch center back. We wouldn't have to contract with Menlo Park. I'd like to see these numbers more and look at that closely. I think we really need to ask the private sector to take over the costs of these major events that we have. And I think that the merchants and I think people that are close to these events, hometown days, the Hot Harvest Nights, other things, these people will step up.
One more minute? Okay.
Yes. I think that we need to look at perhaps creating a measure that would be focused on parks and recreation rather than public safety. I'd like to see us take public safety cutbacks off the agenda, off the discussion, and look at where we can find additional revenues. And I think that other cities have proven that people will step up and vote for parks and recreation measures. That might allow us to not only save our budget, but perhaps even create additional projects. I also think that we need to be sending the right message to people. We've spent $250,000 putting street corner ramp improvements in, much of them in my neighborhood, when in fact we haven't tackled the flooding problems that have been vexing people for 20 years. This is a disconnect. It sends the wrong message to people. It takes city staff to supervise these projects, and even though it's federal stimulus money, it's still taxpayer dollars. We still need to deal with the infrastructure problems that are causing real problems, difficulty with our city services. Anyway, I would encourage the city to look more outside to the community, to be more proactive, to get a thought process of asking people to support projects that they like and to take the leadership to do that. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. I would like to welcome anybody else who would like to speak on 12A. Anybody? Going, gone? Okay. A motion to close the public comment?
Actually, I don't think we
Don't need it.
We don't need
it?
I don't think on this one. It's not a public hearing, technically.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So, gentlemen, who'd like to go first here?
Well, Mr. Mayor, I have a question. So since we are going to take part one first, we're only going to discuss part two first, right?
By the way, yeah, let me go through that. Exactly. Public comment was about the entire 12A. Let's first tackle.
Okay, so I would actually like to go last since I wasn't in that room and I didn't make these discussions. I'd like to hear the other council members chime in on why these are the cuts that are right here.
This is when I would like to ask a question.
Sure, please do.
Because
Questions or comments can be taken.
All right. One of the
Councilman
potential cuts is for a full-time building inspector, and I'd like to hear from the either the chief building official or I suppose the community development director on that item. I'd like to know where permits are right now, and then also I think there's a question here that I think we could discuss, but I want to hear from staff what their opinion is. I know what I'm seeing in my industry, which relates to this, to community development. That's the kind of work I'm in, you might say. And while from about October of last year until just recently, I had 0 new contracts. That's the way business was. Now I've seen a slight uptick in both interest and then closing some contracts. That tells me that what's happening in the industry is people are at least getting used to, part of the there were 2 things playing a role: difficulty in getting loans, and then just the uncertainty of the new administration coming in, and the economic matters, so forth. And I think at least one thing that people have gotten used to a little commentary before I go to the question. What I see happening is people at least getting used to the political climate and the new administration. They feel a little bit more comfortable on making some moves, and so things are moving on. So the question I have for Mr. Valley is, first, where are we currently on permits and the level of numbers of projects and so forth? And if I'm correct, if we're seeing some kind of, even if it's a small upswing, where would it put you to lose this person versus keeping them on board and hopefully catching up with the economy?
Okay, I can answer that. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Chris Valley, building official. With regard to number of permits, we're pretty much on par for last year, within about a week or so. Where the big difference lies is in the valuation of those permits. We're approximately 30 to 40% less in valuation, which of course equates to fewer permit fees coming in. So that's where we're at with regard to permits.
And then the second part of the question is, if we do see an uptick in folks coming in for permits and business activity, where does it put you to lose this person?
The argument would be that there's still work coming in, and we would be minus 1 person to still perform that work. And so what I have proposed with that position leaving would have been, or is, I should say, to reduce our service counter hours in half, at least, such that we can continue to perform inspections out in the field, address code enforcement, however, with the emphasis on life safety, and still be able to perform inspections in a timely manner, comparatively speaking to other cities. But the big impact would be, people walking into the city hall, architects, designers, and so forth, and noticing that we're closed. So that's kind of my synopsis of losing 1 person.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to add to that, or no?
Unless you have other questions,
No.
since I'm here, I'll be happy to answer them.
That's it for me.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Valley.
Any other questions, or would you like to start with
Well,
comments or
I'll
general discussion?
Yes, since I've in the midst of speaking here or asking questions, regards to that position, I think if we were to cut it, we'd be cutting off our nose to spite our face, as they say, because if there is an uptick, one of the things we want is economic development. We want, if you drive around on the east side, which I've been, because of some projects, doing a little bit of, you see empty businesses, you see signs up for these leases and so forth. And when companies do want to come in and get going, if they, like one of the projects I worked on recently, the guy had multiple offers on properties, one here in San Carlos, one in another place. If we fall behind, if we give companies a difficulty in their permit process, then all we're going to have is empty buildings. That's going to hurt us in the long run and in the short run. So this particular position, I have difficulty with cutting because if we do, like I say, it's gonna hurt us down the road. And I think both in somewhat an immediate time frame and then also in the future. It's not what we need to be doing. And if we need to find some other position to take care of, then that's what we got to do, I think.
So we have 13 items here. I think to kind of organize it, I'd like to just get a poll. Is there any support about what Councilman Grocott is talking about here, that we should pursue making an adjustment and eliminating this elimination, basically taking this off the list? Do I hear any support here?
Well, this is my issue because we're talking about $706,000.
So this is on the
this-
building inspector?
Yeah, on the building inspector and in general. So we save it now. Now we have $3.6 million next. I mean, like, really, are we actually going to save this position, or are we going to save it tonight, and come February we're going to cut it anyways? Because, I mean, we are talking only $700,000 when the whole is now, we've been told, $3.6 million. So we save it now in this round, 2 months later we cut it. I mean, it just seems, that's exactly why I wanted to have the discussion first. It just seems kind of backwards that anything that we take off of this list is just going to be on the next list.
Okay. So I'm interpreting by faces here and comment that you're the sole person on support of this change. So I don't see any other support. So are there other items from Councilmember Grocott? And before we move on to Councilmember Griselli, anything else?
On this list, that's
Anything
that's
else?
the thing that no.
That's the main item.
Yeah,
Okay.
That's the main item.
And we could come back if there's other items as we go through this.
No, I mean, I empathize with Councilmember Grocott. I mean, but I also sort of agree with Councilmember Klein in that if it's not this 131, and as you mentioned, some other position, and that's all well and good, what other position would that be? And what other department? And I don't mean to put you on the spot there. It's just a rhetorical question. I'm not asking you to answer it. It's got to come from somewhere. We have Hobson's choices here. This is just the beginning. We've got, as Mr. Weiss said, if he estimates it properly, it's actually 4.2, less the 7, or 3.5, 3.6, throw a number out, 15% of our budget. I don't know. I don't want to cut. I appreciate the economic development that you mentioned, but I also appreciate some of the park and recreation programs that we're going to be voting on tonight. And we just had 4 speakers speak about public safety. There's only so many, the lines up there as we have in our report. There's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 lines. Got to come from somewhere. We can't just automatically. The revenue side isn't there, and it will not be there for at least, in my opinion, 2 years. So for the next couple of years, this is all we're going to do every night or every budget process. We're going to just sit here and try to figure out which of these bad choices, and literally they are bad choices, are we going to have to make. And that's why I can't. If you jigger this side, then you're going to have to jigger something else on the other side, and I don't know where that's going to be. So we talked about this last spring, and nobody was thrilled about it then. I think some of us were hopeful that we never have to come to this point. Excuse me. But we're here, and I'm fully prepared to vote for this with, just biting my tongue as I go along. But this is just one step that we have to go. And as Mr. Klein said, this is just in February, March, we're going to have three times. We're going to have 5 times the number of things on a piece of paper that we're going to have to try to figure out. So it's just I don't see an upside for this one.
Okay. Any other thoughts on the other 12 items there, or anything at all?
No.
Okay. Why don't we save Andy? Why don't we go with you?
Mr. Mayor, I had actually moved back when we had tried to, when we did pass this budget, to eliminate Y2 immediately. That would be my motion tonight with a single caveat. The special needs program is $11,300. My understanding is that that specific program is unique, is working toward their own self-funding, and is counting on that money to get them to the point so that they can be independently funded. If the only way to get all of these cuts done faster is to put that in, I would reluctantly support it, but I would rather keep that $11,000 in and give special needs a chance to get self-sufficient. But past that, I would be happy to support accelerating these cuts from June 30th to as quickly as January 30th. I would also want to make one general comment. There are a number of people here tonight who serve the citizens of San Carlos in uniform, and there are a number who do not, who serve in regular clothes, and everybody is a dedicated employee. What we are facing is not a question of your professionalism or how valuable your job is to the citizens or how much we care about what you do. But this is a very, very dark part of winter, and we have the most unpopular cuts we're going to get. Please understand, you're valuable and you are professionals. And to date, everybody in San Carlos has acted as such.
Okay, so with that, again, I would like to get some comments from council. I understand the proposal is here to basically pull the trigger on these 13 items, but the timing would be different, would be accelerated 5 months from June 30th to January 30th of 2010.
Through the chair?
Through the chair. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Did I articulate that properly?
That would be something I would support.
You would support.
And I would make a motion if based on consensus.
Okay. What are your feelings on that? Andy, you want to start on that one? We'll get you going on one here.
Okay. Well, I haven't really got to chime in yet.
No,
but
on the
yeah,
specific
no, on
items.
the specific
What are your
of
thoughts?
moving it up. No. I mean, we're going to cut, and we're going to cut fast. It's really not going to save us that much money. But these are people. It is hard. You have to find jobs. These are also some programs that we're going to have to try to find another home for. So if we do it in 30 days, while it will make a bigger impact and will make a bigger splash, I get that, and I respect that. But no. I mean, if we're going to do it, let's do it in June. That was the plan originally. It's a shame we waited until December to talk about this, but I know we were hoping for a revenue measure. But even if the revenue measure had passed, as now we're in a bigger hole, these cuts would still be here. So I think let's stick to the original plan.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Grocott, your comments?
If I could respond, the one reason I would push an acceleration. Number one, we know these cuts are going to happen. But number two, these cuts were funded very specifically by a transfer from reserves. We have seen staff recommendation to say don't touch reserves any further. We are not going to get more money in the reserves. I think, to some extent, this is ripping off a Band-Aid. It's going to hurt, but I'd rather rip the thing off now than continue to drain reserves on programs we know we're going to cut.
And I mean, through the chair, I completely respect that, and I understand that. I'll meet you in the middle. But
Let's get some other thoughts here, and then we'll talk a little more. Mr. Grocott, thoughts on this item?
Yes, if we're going to accelerate, as is being talked about, then I would like to accelerate and move forward into some of these other departments and recommendations that we find later in 12A2, because there's a position in here that's recommended for cutting, which, heck, if we did that, at least for the time being, what would happen to these other programs or some of these other cuts, they wouldn't necessarily have to happen, at least not right away.
Okay, but I would like to get our discussion to the 13 items, specifically our Y2 cuts, if we could have that other discussion in the
Right, but
second part.
Mr. Grisilli said, well, where are you going to cut if you're not going to cut here? And I suggested there might be, even in my comments, I suggested there might be other areas to cut, and they're in this list.
Sure, but we have agreed already to go through the 12A1 first. I'd like to stay with that agenda, if we could. I think it makes it a lot simpler.
No, I don't support Mr. Ahmad, or Vice Mayor Ahmad's comment. I think as much as these are bad choices that we have to make, I think we have to make them in an orderly fashion. Last spring, we voted to keep this on a June 30th thing, and I respect his comment that it literally is coming out of reserves. We took $675,000 out of reserves, and just about matches up, to be quite honest. But I don't believe in a situation where you have literally lives at stake here, so to speak. I believe that it's only fair, considering the situation we have to go through, to give the 5 to 6 months notice, which I think in the way this economy is a much fairer way to go than some of the things that I've seen out in the world today, with people just getting chopped up. And again, I voted for it last spring for June 30th. I'm going to continue to vote for it June 30th.
So I'd like to ask our city manager, Mark Weiss, a question here. And it's kind of based on my experience with business cycles and cycles where you're hiring like crazy and then you're also laying off. And we know what cycle we're going through here. I think we need to focus on two items here. One is to manage the business within affordability, within budget, a balanced budget, and look at reserves and all those types of business decisions, financial decisions we make. And the second half, which is as important, is we need to be very fair to our employees. I talked earlier about the first 84 years, or the last 30 years that you've worked. It's very, very important to treat your people very well. Is there a solution somewhere in the middle? And what might be a middle solution is to go with a January 30th, but split the apple in two and provide a severance of whatever that is, a 2.5-month, 3-month salary. The one question more to you is what helps, well, first of all, is it fair to employees? And because they've had 5 or 6 months notice since our June meeting, they're getting some extra pay. They start looking for a new job sooner. But I'm also very interested in the climate, the mood, the tension of City Hall. If you have 5 park and rec director, no, we don't have 5 directors, sorry. If we have 5 park and rec maintenance workers and 4 of them have their job and one knows that he or she is going to be gone on June 30th, you know, what does that do with the morale and the tension and so forth? So could we move faster and yet be very fair and pay them severance? Does that help the climate in City Hall? And I have no idea how that would impact that. What are your thoughts?
Boy, there's a lot there.
Yeah. But it's trying to address.
I think we outlined a plan when we approved the budget. Staff's recommendation is that we stay with that plan and implement this June 30th as we recommended, not only with respect to the affected employees, but as importantly with respect to the affected programs. Special needs, for example, as Councilmember Ahmad mentioned, the people that have children in that program will be looking for alternative placement and or alternative ways for that program to be saved. We've outlined a plan to the community. We've outlined a plan for the employees. I think we should honor that plan, and I think we should implement it accordingly. Now, the next question that I heard relates to retirement incentives. That is another option that we're looking for direction from the City Council. Staff is not recommending.
Okay, so I'm not speaking about any retirement incentive. I'm just speaking of a severance pay, 2.5 months severance pay, splitting the difference between June 30th and January 30th.
I mean, I think they're somewhat similar in terms of potential value and might set precedent with respect to how we would work with all employees moving forward. We'd want to cost that out. We'd want to meet with labor on those issues. I don't think it's something that the council tonight would want to take formal action on without it having additional information.
Okay. And my question then about the last part was how does it impact the people business in City Hall?
I mean, I think unquestionably there's tension, there's uncertainty, there's some anger with respect to a lot of the issues. You heard some of it, I think, tonight at the podium, frustration. And I think all of that's there. I think the best thing we can do is to move forward in a judicious, thoughtful, and yet firm manner to ensure that we adopt a budget in a studied fashion that allows us to balance our expenditures with what our revenues are. I mean, I think the way that you do that is you enact this, which was part of a studied budget process a year ago, and I think the way that you take the next step is you go through that same studied budget process to adopt a new budget for next fiscal year as quickly as we can. And when we go through the same process that we've done historically to make reductions, they'll be more severe this time. It may take more meetings and more effort for us because the impacts will be that much more serious, and it will affect more employees and it'll affect more programs. But I don't think we sit here and try to do that and pick specific employees or or even programs outside of the context of the generic discussion that we've outlined. I think the way we do it is through the studied budget process that we've used historically in the city. I think it's served us well, and I would prefer much to use that moving forward. And we'll expedite it as much as we can so that the next phase of program reductions and unfortunately layoffs, we'd like to be able to give employees and the folks that use those programs, those parks or those facilities, as much lead time as we can before they have to be closed down. You know, if we can move the budget process up and adopt it in May instead of June, that's an extra month. But I think we need to go through a more thorough process than trying to do it based upon, you know, individual understandings right now, because the data's not here, the information's not here, and we've not gone through any kind of a vetting process.
Thank you very much. Long answer to a long question.
If I may add one small point, Mr. Mayor, in regards to moving up the timeline, I understand what it is the council is looking for in doing that. However, there are certain realities in some of the budget cuts. We've got a fairly small operation where one person often does has multiple responsibilities. And I'll give you an example in my world. Payroll is one of the impacts of an administrative assistant being cut. Not because the administrative assistant is cut, but because it has to reshuffle other priorities. And so the approach that was talked about in the budget cutting forum is contracting out the payroll function to a private vendor. We can't do that quickly. Our plan is to issue the RFP first of the year, but we're going to need that time to hire a vendor, and then we're also going to need that person available in the role of payroll to help us make that transition by July 1st so that we can begin to realize those savings and as well as the impacts.
Okay. So what I hear from council, correct me if I'm wrong, is we're remaining on a June 30th time frame. Is that consensus here? Okay. Councilmember Klein.
Okay.
Comments?
Yeah. First off, you asked a good question about morale, about whether these looming layoffs are what's going to hurt our staff morale. And I look out in the audience, and it's primarily staff, and no one looks too happy, and that's a shame because we do so little or so much with so little, and our staff should be proud of what they do. And so the morale is a reflection of other things, not just these impending layoffs. I don't think there's any way to fix morale when you call our staff greedy, fat cat bureaucrats and talk about how they're selfish and talk about how we haven't cut enough even though we've cut for 10 years. And we talk about how some programs are worthless and they should go, but the programs I care about should stay. So we need to be real about our staff morale. Our staff morale isn't a reflection of these handful of layoffs. It's a reflection of the past couple months, and it's a reflection of the past 10 years. And that's a shame, because if I was on the staff, I think I would take it really hard if someone told me not to be proud of what I do or what I do isn't worth it. And that's a horrible thing to say to people who give so much for our community and do so much for our community on so little. But with that being said, these are the facts. We have no money. It's a shame. We are bleeding money. We are dying from the inside out. So when it comes to these cuts, I think we kind of have to go for them. There was a good question about special needs that was brought up, and I don't know if Director Long wants to come up, but I was informed that special needs would probably be going to another program. So I'm wondering if this $11,000 is what bridges that gap, or are they going to be able to go to another city and we'll be fine? Because if this $11,000 is needed to bridge the gap, I know a quick way to get it. The 5 of us could pass on our pay. That's $15,000. That gives special needs the time to find a home, and I'm more than willing to do that.
Good evening, Doug Long, Parks and Recreation Director. There is preliminary conversations with the City of Redwood City about taking on the special needs program. They're very preliminary, but they do look promising. One consideration in electing to keep the program and the bridging the gap is, of course, allowing the participants to have enough time to find alternate programming. I'm not sure that the agreement with Redwood City would come prior to the end of the fiscal year. I suspect that it will be a budgeting issue for them that they'll take on in the next fiscal year.
So unless anyone's going to follow me on, and I don't even know if we could talk about it tonight because it's not agendized and our contract doesn't come up to January, but if no one's going to follow me on waiving our fee or our salary, whatever you want to call it, to help out special needs, then, I mean, we can just vote on the cuts.
Maybe get some direction. I misstate this from our attorney, but the topic you brought up, we can discuss that, but we need to agendize. It's not really part of our discussion right here.
I think it's technically correct, and there's a lot of other issues involved and it's something that's more of a closed session item initially, but it's certainly something in the context of setting our priorities. I mean, it's a legitimate point, but I think it's a two-step process before we can get to that.
Okay. Well, with that being said, then, yeah, I agree with Mayor Grisilli. This was the plan. We knew it was coming. We hoped it wouldn't, but even if Measure U passed, we were still going to be in a pretty huge hole. So this is where we're at.
Okay.
Mr.
Any
Mayor,
other discussion?
Move to extend the meeting to 11 p.m.
Okay. A second for that? Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, let's go a half hour. Let's go through it. Any other discussion? Good time to ask that. Extension. Yeah. Fair motion? Can I entertain one?
Mr. Mayor, just to kind of a reminder, there's been a lot of discussion. I think what we have is a motion, but there hasn't been a second made. There was a
motion?
I thought you made a motion.
No, I asked to make a motion.
Omar made a motion earlier.
I said I would support a motion. I did not make a motion.
I didn't make a motion, yeah. All right. So, anybody like to make a motion?
Nobody wants to make this motion, but I'll make the motion. Go back here and see where we're going here. Make a motion to adopt the resolution confirming the City Council's previous budget reduction decisions of May 11th and June 8th, 2009, to reduce the current fiscal year 2009-2010 city operating budget by $706,920, effective June 30th, 2009.
I should say 10.
Mr. Mayor, 2010.
Sorry, I'm reading off what it says here, so I apologize.
For the record,
2010.
the final resolution was corrected to reflect 2010.
Right, my mistake. I should have read it before I read it, or looked at it before I read it.
Second?
Second.
Okay, we have first and a second on 12A1 here. Take roll call.
Councilmember Ahmad?
No.
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
No.
Councilmember Klein?
Yes.
Mayor Royce?
Yes.
Through the chair, I can certainly understand Mr. Ahmad's vote because he wants to do it now. I apologize, but I have to make a comment. I have no clue where the second no was. I mean, if you're willing to tell me why, I'd really appreciate it.
Sure, I'll tell you why. Because I was not allowed to go forward with the discussion of, I wanted to take, if you go through these attachments.
So you explained it to me. You just explained it to me. I got it. Okay, thank you.
I mean, so I have a question then, as a new member, Mr. Mayor, through the chair, whatever the protocol is for interrupting people.
Through the chair and then be accepted by the chair.
Can I talk?
I think the question was to ask the two no's any substantiation, and you don't need to respond.
I understand his.
His? Oh, you understand?
Sure, I understood because he wants to cut it now.
Okay. So I don't think I think we've had a vote. It was a 3-2 vote. I don't think there's any need. There's no discussion on the item. I think we're moving on to the next item.
Okay. Well, then my question kind of has to deal with that. Is this the way we do business? If we have a giant budget and there's one thing we just vote no? I mean.
People can do whatever they want. You can do whatever they want. I mean, you could vote maybe even sometimes. Okay. But I'd like to move on now to what it is 12A2. And again, this is to I think we have a good guideline. What I would recommend for council with their approval is that you refer to page 11 on the council report titled Specific Council Direction. There are 7 items for hopefully efficiency. I would like to maybe talk about 2 at a time. We'll take them in pairs. When we get to 7, which is more of a general topic of programs and reductions, I would like to also have an 8 added to that. If there are other ideas that you have, we would include in our 7-8 discussion. So we'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 7, 8 in 4 pieces here. Is that acceptable to you on how to go through the discussion on giving staff guidance on budget for our 2010-11 fiscal year? Everybody okay with that? Okay. So let's go ahead and start. We've already had comments from the public. The first 2 would be how we want to budget the $700,000 approximately of ERAF rebate revenue. And number 2 is, would the council like staff to incorporate budget options that include the use of reserves? Mr. Weiss, can we get that slide up there on staff's recommendations? Or Mr. Malby, you had that on a couple pages there to kind of follow us on your recommendations.
Mr. Mayor, in anticipation of the slide coming up, I'll go ahead and just give my input. No on both.
And to follow up, I have a question through the chair for Mr. Maltby. With the ERAF rebate, we've been getting it for a long time now. How long have we been receiving it? What does it take for us not to receive it? And I won't hold you to it, but 1 out of 2 shot, we get it next year. 2 out of 3. I mean, what are you thinking?
No, take that in pieces. We've been receiving the revenue for approximately 10 years. It does vary. There are a couple of different factors that could come into play in terms of not getting it. One, it's related to education of the Sequoia High School District, which doesn't qualify based on state criteria to receive the money. So the county's position has been if a school district doesn't qualify for the funding under state law, it's returned to the jurisdiction that they're stealing it from in the first place. The district could qualify. I think that's unlikely. Beyond that, there's no obligation of the county to return the money to the city. Not every county in the state does that. It's been the policy of the county of San Mateo County to do that. I think that policy would likely continue. However, there are so many factors in play, particularly at the state level with the depth of this recession, that I have concerns that there couldn't be other unknown factors to me right now that could affect that revenue. In a normal year, if you'd asked me last year, I'd have said the likelihood was very high. Today, I'd say it's anybody's guess.
Okay, so putting this in the budget is essentially budgeting for a Christmas bonus.
It's optimistic, and it's aggressive budgeting.
Okay.
The alternative is $700,000 more in reductions.
Okay. Then I'm with Councilman Ahmad on no on both.
No on both, okay.
Mr.
Can we continue going right to left here? Mr. Caselli, and then we'll get to Mr. Grocott.
I would disagree on number 1. I would look at part of that money, but not all of it. And number 2, I would agree with my fellow council people not to use our reserves that we have.
Okay. Mr. Grocott, and by the way, yes or no's are fine, and if you'd like to comment, please do also at the same time.
Okay. Yeah, I'm reluctant to use reserves on number 2, but on number 1, the reason I asked the question earlier of staff of the range of ERAF, and it was between $700,000 and $900,000, and then I asked about the franchise fees, is because staff does have a recommendation in here about franchise fees later on about reincorporating those as capital improvement funds. I think what I would prefer doing is, for the time being, continuing to use the franchise fees in the general fund, but to take the ERAF money and target it for capital improvement, because with capital improvements, those are things that you can choose to do or not do depending on how you have the money. I remember when we had the finance director previous, his name escapes me right now, but he talked about when you have money that's, when you get additional money and extra money that you didn't expect or whatever, that's the money you use on projects. And so it's kind of following in that line of thinking, that we would use the ERAF money for capital improvements if we get it.
Through the chair, I just wanted to make sure that we understand the reserves, at least in my mind, are the reserves that we have set aside already, not, it's really completely distinct from franchise fees. It's completely distinct from that.
Yes,
Not-
that's right.
Okay, I'm sorry, I
Yeah.
just want to make sure, because that's a whole
Was I
other.
not clear in how I put
Well,
that?
I thought you might be confused that might be in
Nope.
reserve money. Okay,
No,
sorry.
I'm not.
All right, okay.
So we're quite clear, and I'll also add a no to second item. I'll do the easiest one first. There are all no's on that, so Christine, if you could mark direction on that. I heard a little bit of mix on one on whether or not to include the ERAF money. Bob and I both come from accounting degrees. There's definitely a conservatism in recording any revenue that's not certain. However, you got to be somewhat realistic about it. And if you're conservative, I like Bob's idea, a portion based on to get that line item in to show that there's a recognizable line item that there's some ERAF money coming in, but to be very conservative on the amount that we would put. So I would actually, I think we're a little bit more mixed here, and I'd like to hear maybe from my right side, because there was yes, but to capital, which is probably could be acceptable. I think it could go either place. Bob's, I kind of teared on his idea. I like what he's saying. Do we have consensus on the right here?
If I may, real quick, Mr. Mayor, I just want to reinforce Councilmember Grocot's point. That was, in fact, what we had intended at the staff level, to, if you budget that ERAF money, that we would put that in place of all or some portion of money to capital funding, because there's more of a delay in capital projects. If the money didn't come in, it would be less painful to further delay or cancel a project than it would be to try to react to operations. So thank you for mentioning that, Councilman.
Okay. You're welcome. So just getting back here where we started,
Mr. Mayor,
what do you guys think of?
Regardless of which bucket you would decide to budget this in, one point to recognize is that the League of Cities right now is starting its seventh resolution going in front of the public, trying to keep the state from stealing our money.
Yeah.
We've had to do 6. Now we're going to go up against number 7. If it's not bolted down, the state is going to take it. And if they can pry it up, it's not bolted down. This is money that education has got some troubles right now. I believe that there's a high likelihood it's going to get snagged.
Okay.
So I'd prefer to go conservative in this respect. If it shows up, hey, Merry Christmas. Let's do something with it. But
I understand.
I don't believe it.
Understand. Mr. Klein?
I'm completely with Councilman Ahmad.
Still no on that?
Yeah, I think he's completely right. The state is going to take everything they can from us.
Okay, so let me make the interpretation here. I think we have 3 people, 3 to 2, to put it as a line item, but very conservative on the amount. Is that enough direction? Is what for you?
Yeah, I think that's enough
budgeting?
direction. I think we could bring it back in several different options as part of the budget adoption, and you can choose at that time what level and where you want to put it.
Okay, everybody happy with that?
That's fine.
Great, excellent. Okay, 3 and 4. 3 is use of retirement incentives. There's a major write-up on that. And 4 would be revenue options, examples, parking meters, 939, which are the recycling diversion type charges for that program, and solid waste franchise fee. So let's start on the other end here. Mr. Grocott, can we go from left to right this time?
Yeah, when I read through the handshake thing, the golden handshake, I did not care for it. So I would say no on that. On number 4, I like the idea of perhaps some revenue enhancement options, but not parking meters, and it concerns me to having an explanation of what AB 939 is in conjunction with garbage rates going up 7% perhaps already. I think putting more on that, it could make garbage rates, go up in an amount that's not acceptable.
Okay. So you're no on that, 939?
Yeah, on AB 939, right.
Franchise fee?
That I would like to hear more discussion on when it comes up. I would leave it in there. But I'd also, if we're going to look at enhancement options, we've been getting some emails, at least a few, where folks are suggesting even before you cut some of these programs, especially Park and Rec, see if people are willing to pay more for these programs. Fee enhancement in terms of pay for use.
Okay. Mr. Crisselli?
On number 3, I'm not inclined to go in that direction, sort of mirroring what staff is. On revenue enhancements, I know I've talked to the city manager about this privately about parking meters. Somebody has to show me some pretty substantial amount of numbers for me to even think about it relative to the fact that Laurel Street is an extremely important part of our town, and again, realizing all bets are off on a lot of things. I'd still like to get a lot more information before I'd be inclined to vote for that. Maybe in 939 fees, I tend to agree with Mr. Grocott. I'm concerned that they may be, depending on the percentage rate that they might be, I'm a little concerned about that being passed on to the ratepayers. The solid waste franchise fee, I might be a little more open to possibly get it up a couple of points from 8 to 10% or something like that. I'd be more inclined to support C.
Okay. Mr. Ahmad?
Mr. Mayor, in terms of number 3, I would like to look at some sort of incentive, whatever that may be, to encourage people to take an early retirement. I would prefer to have people leave happy with the deal that they've got as opposed to getting laid off. In terms of preparing revenue enhancement options, when you're hungry, sacred cows look pretty tasty. So I'm not going to say no to any option you can put in front of us. This is not an obligation to pass anything, but I'd like to see the data.
Okay.
Definitely want to see the data.
Okay.
Councilmember Klein?
Yeah. With number 3, I'm a no. I agree with the staff representation on retirement incentives. With number 4, I have my issues with AB 939 as well. I'm a little worried about that.
Wait, I'm sorry. Did you cover 3 already? I missed
Yeah, I said no.
You said no. Oh, you just said no.
It was pretty quick. Sorry.
Sorry.
Number 4, when it comes to revenue enhancement options, AB 939 I'd like to take a longer look at, but yes, I will dig the hole to put the parking meters in. We're talking about laying off cops. We're talking about closing parks, but no one wants parking meters. It seems so backwards to me. Every other town's got them, so I don't see why we would be any different. And if we can get a number, if we can actually get a set number of how much revenue that would create, let's go to the downtown merchants. If they don't want them, here's your number. It's that simple. But I think it's backwards to talk about the sanctity of Laurel Street when we're not even going to have cops patrolling it. So I'm a no on number 3 and an absolute yes on number 4. I would like this list to be 100 items longer, and for us to really look at raising revenue.
Through the chair, just not trying to give the wrong impression. I hope you didn't take the wrong impression from what I said about Laurel Street. I agree with you 100%. Is I want to see some data, and I agree with Mr. Ahmad too on that. I mean, if it's $10,000, it's a non-starter for me.
Yeah.
If it's $1 million, it's a big starter. Okay, so I get it. But I don't need. I think, or it might be, and that's all I've heard so far.
That's why I think it says prepare.
The dais, but that's what I've heard. Until I see hard numbers, I'm not going to support that because it is going to affect the downtown in a big way. And like you said, go to them and say, I agree with you.
Yeah.
Here's the number.
Okay. So bear with me. This is like listening to my wife say 4 different things in 5 minutes and trying to figure out which way to go. So what I've heard is no on retirement. I'm actually a little bit more with Omar. I think some of the proposals get pretty complicated, but again, just some simple severance pay type of package could be favorable, but we have 3 no's in Omar and I, so that's a no on number 3. The general input was overall favorable on any kind of revenue enhancement. My personal feeling is consistent, though, with 2 gentlemen on my left. I would be concerned on fees. Anytime, if we're just moving it, but then our citizens are still paying, and we need to look at our garbage rates and things like that, I would be concerned. So the only one I would exclude when I'm sensing from 3 of us is not 4B. Parking, too, while I say yes, you're going to have to show me a good show. Redwood City did it. I'm not sure the technology's there. Redwood City spent $3 million on meters and got, I think, about $1 million in revenue. I think we're very close, though, on using smartphones and PayPals and just a much more simpler way of tracking people and so forth, and to make the technology a very seamless, very cost-effective way to collect revenue. And there is one other option, just a personal option that I brought up one time. If we look at parking meters, I'd like to we don't have time this evening, but would also look at an option of just overall parking on our streets. Menlo Park has an ordinance where you don't even park a car on a street. I'm not recommending that. But rather than tackle and hit the businesses on Laurel Street, the cost of ownership of cars is pretty relatively cheap in this country. And people have a garage, they have a driveway, but they park on the street. Maybe they get one parking space, but there are a lot of cars. In Planning Commission, we did a lot of improvements, and there's a lot of houses with 5 or 6 or 7 cars, and they're paying nothing for those valuable parking spaces. So there's a way to have...
Through the chair,
Okay,
we may be getting a little far.
I'm sorry.
We have a closed session after this, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So I think then a yes on 4A and C and anything else. Is that...
Through the chair, even though your other council members cut you off on that item,
I apologize. I'm
no,
sorry.
that's fine. I mean, it was said 100 items on the list for fees, so everything's open, and I think staff is looking for some direction. I think you're right. I think we've got a problem actually in this town, in certain neighborhoods especially, and on certain streets where people filling up their garages with their stuff and then expecting a free parking space on the street is problematic. And maybe if that was fee-based, that would go away.
Maybe we could articulate that better in a memo, and we could pursue that. Great, thank you. Okay. 5 and 6, move on here. 5 is mainly to defer our capital, our GASB 45, which is post-employment retirement and equipment. So that's 5. 6 is to pursue additional consolidations or contracts, and there's a listing of half a dozen items there. So can I switch order again? Yeah. Start with Mr. Klein?
With number 5, I'm a definite no. I think we're just pushing the problem down the road when we don't fund our requirements.
All of 5 you're talking about?
All of 5.
Okay.
Based on that, this hole will get a lot bigger if we don't start taking care of things.
Good.
For number 6, I think there's no point in talking about 6A since we have 12B coming up where we are going to talk about 6A. So for everything else, since we're going to get into a longer discussion about 6A, for everything underneath that, yeah, let's take a look. I mean, if the numbers add up, the numbers add up. There's no denying it. But if the numbers don't, then we know we got the best deal, and we don't have to look anymore. But you got to show us numbers. So I would like to see what it would look like if we did consolidate with others.
No, generally. Great. Mr. Ahmad?
Mr. Mayor, in 5, GASB 45 funding, I think, needs to continue to occur. A and C, I would like to see more data. And in terms of 6, we have to continue to pursue all consolidations and contracts.
Okay. Mr. Purcell?
I would say 6 is, we have to, as Mr. Ahmad said, to look at everything. Mr. Klein said the same thing. 5, I know we're kicking it down the road on some of this, but I think there may be some possibility of 15, 20, 25% of some of these numbers possibly that we could use, depending on what they are. Even the GASB one where it wouldn't be fully funded, but at least it'd be the minimum. So again, I'm not quite buying into not touching any of those 100%, although I wouldn't want to touch them over probably 20, 25% at the most.
Okay.
Okay, on 5A and C, again, I would tie it to the ERAF funding.
I'm sorry, 5A and C, you do what?
5A and 5C, I would tie
funding.
To the ERAF
Okay.
funding.
Okay.
To what extent we get ERAF money, we do capital improvement and equipment replacement, other than grant funding, which we sometimes get. GASB 45, I think, we made those agreements for retirement. We got to pay for them, and we shouldn't kick it down the road to other councils and other people. We need to pay it. Pursuing additional service consolidation contracts and so forth. Yes, to some extent. I would say with C, D, and E, those kinds of things, I could look at, and you and I have talked about this privately, contracting out. Not even using public employees, but contracting out to services that are available for that kind of thing. So.
Okay. So I'm sorry. Five. Let's see. You got to check me on 5 because it's written as to continue deferring, and yet you answered to fund. So let me see if I got this right. I may not. So check me out. But I think there is a general consensus to continue to fund all 5A, B, and C, and I would support all of those. I think there was a little bit of no's, but generally consensus on all those.
That's
what I heard.
consensus. Yeah.
Okay. And on 6, the other way to pursue consolidations and contracts, I think there was general consensus to pursue all of those are good ideas.
I have a question. When staff put in contracts, when they put / contracts, is that both with possibly another agency or also, like ADP does payroll? We don't have to go to. Is that what you're considering as well?
Yeah. When I put in the / contracts, I was envisioning contracts likely with the private sector, so service consolidations, which could have contract components, but a public sector arrangement versus a private sector.
All right. I think I understood that answer.
So Christine, you have all that on that? Wonderful. Okay, so just give me just a few seconds on 7 here. Because this is going to get a little complicated, and time-wise, looking ahead, we got 5 minutes here. Would you like to pursue and continue? We're close to number 7. 7 is going to be just general discussions of priorities on major areas and programs, and also any other ideas that council members come up with. It may take a little time. You want to pursue that now or move on? Everybody acceptable? So can I hear a motion to extend the meeting to 11:30?
Move to extend meeting to 11:30.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Mr. Klein, the next meeting will be shorter.
Yeah, right.
Bob took all the time on the first half of this meeting. Okay, so what our goal here is to, as you read through item 7, it's to discuss things like park and rec versus safety, code enforcement versus building activities, et cetera, and any other ideas. So I'll take notes here, and I'm sure the recording's taking notes too, but who would like to start on this item?
I'll start.
Okay.
Because this is kind of.
And by the way, for the sake of time, maybe you could hit. Well, just go for it, I guess.
Yeah, I'm going to probably
and
take
if you
my
start
time.
going more than 5 or 10 minutes, I'll speak up.
Okay.
Up to.
More than 5.
So this is kind of the conversation I wanted to have in the beginning, and I think there's a couple other questions we have to ask after number 7. One of those questions, it's the big elephant in the room. We're talking about all of this stuff, but we're not talking about our employees. We're not talking about salaries. We're not talking about benefits. And I think we have to talk about that as a council. I think 2 questions that we need to answer. The first one is, in general, not based on the recession, but in general, during the good times, did you believe our staff was paid too high? That's an important question. Or is this belief based on the recession? The second one is, in general, during the good times, was our staffing too high? Or is our staffing cuts just based on the recession? Because I think we owe it to the citizens and we owe it to the staff kind of what policy we're going to set and where we stand as council members. And while we don't have to come to an agreement tonight, I think it will go a long way to alleviate the questions in people's minds if we gave answers to those. So first off, 7, there's nothing sacred. Let's be real. There's no way we can say that everything's going to remain funded at 100%. We can't do that. This budget crisis that we're in is after 10 years of cuts. It's enormous. It truly is. So, I want to see it all. I want to see a list with everything on it and have a real discussion, and that way we can weigh it out. We can weigh out what is important, what is the core of our city, what are we unwilling to get rid of. But until we see it, if you just see it as parks and recreation versus public safety, that's not really looking at the big picture because, yeah, we cut parks, we cut the youth center. Our cops are going to get a whole lot busier. They really are. Because now we're going to have kids on Laurel, and I remember being a kid on Laurel, cops would always show up. You'd have angry senior citizens. I think every time we take money away from youth funding, cops are going to get busier. But if we take money away from public safety, then we're going to lose safety. So we're really going to have to weigh those things out. And you can't just do it on a little question like this. I think we really have to sit down and we have to do a study session or something where we look at what the possibilities are. And I know we've seen them written out here, but this crisis that we're in has three legs. One is services. We talked about that. Two is revenue. Where can we generate more revenue? And we've talked a little bit about that. And three, what can we expect back from our employees? And can we expect anything back? It's kind of hard to ask employees to come to the table after they've spent a couple months just getting beat up by the public. It's really tough. It's tough to go, hey, you got called all these things, but now can you do us a solid? I think that's just not thinking about how people feel. But in that respect, I believe that this conversation is based on the recession. I 100% do not believe we pay our employees too much. I believe they're worth it. I really do. I see the services we provide, and I believe they're worth it. They're worth every cent. So if we're going to talk about what we're going to get back from the employees, I think we do have to talk about furloughs. I don't think we talk about layoffs as much. We talk about furloughs. We tell them that, hey, you're going to take this hit because we're in this recession, but we'll get you back when we pull out of it. And I may be the only one, but I don't believe we pay them too much. 5 to 15% lower than every other city, and we're talking about we pay them too much? Our services aren't 5 to 15% worse than any other city. I actually think they're better than other cities. So the bang for the buck we get for our employees is huge. Where other cities have to pay $1.50 for an employee, we pay $1. And I think that needs to be said. So I would like us to explore other options and find out where we can go with our employees. And until we find out what we can get back from them, we really have no way to answer this question, because this can't be based just on service cuts. This can't be just based on raised revenue. It's got to be all three. But until we know what the true whole is after we've talked to our employees, and hopefully they'll come and we can open up contracts. Granted, we have to find out where we're going to go, because I don't know if I open up contracts if I know they're just going to take my pay. But I think we have to approach it that way. I think the first step is, what do we get back from our employees? The second step is, how much revenue can we raise? Then the third step is service cuts. But you can't do one before the others. I mean, it kind of has to go in that order, because we could cut all these services and the employees could give us $1 million back. And then where are we? We just wasted all that time. So I think those are important questions to ask, and I think we owe it to the citizens and we owe it to the staff to talk about that, to talk openly about that. But I would be for a furlough. I would be for something that says to our employees, this is based just on the current economy. It's not based overall. So I don't know where to go with number 7. I really don't, because it's such a large discussion that it's hard to weigh one department over the other. They're all important. So when you flat out say, well, we will not cut from this department, no matter what you're saying to the other departments is you're gone. You know, I mean, that's how big this hole is. We are talking about getting rid of whole departments. And that's pretty tough. So I would like to see us have a bigger discussion, but I think we need to have a discussion about our employees, and we need to find out where we're going to go with that. And we definitely owe that to them. They've given us enough at this point. We just owe them the right to know where we're going to go as a council. That's all I got.
Okay.
So I gave you absolutely no direction
That's
on that.
all you got?
Yeah, sorry.
That's all you got?
That's all I got.
Jeez.
And I think I'll take a little different format. I think we'll get everybody to talk, and then we could maybe try to chime in on what we think a couple of the most important ideas are we can pass on. Who'd like to go next? Anybody?
I'll go next. Quite honestly, I agree with Mr. Klein. I mean, you can't go. I mean, you've got versus this, versus that, versus the other. There's 6 words here. I think you got to line up all the costs for this, all the costs for that, all the cut for that, all the costs for this, all the costs for the other, and then you have a choice. But you can't. Is somebody going to say, like you said, are you going to close the youth center, and then what's that going to do to public safety? Because it's like whack-a-mole, where you hit one down and something else is going to pop up. You've got to know what the reaction. For every action, there's that reaction. So for every cut we make, there's going to be a reaction to it. So I don't mean to be critical of staff, because I mean it's awfully hard to put down 25 pages of all the details. But I'm not gonna comment on Parker maintenance versus public safety, or code enforcement versus park and recreation. I want to see it all there. I don't care if we have. When Matt and I had the fire thing, we were meeting weekly. As far as I'm concerned, this is even more important than that. And I mean, if we have to meet weekly, I'm all for it, because we've really got to dig down deep on this stuff, and we don't even know what some of these numbers are going to be. And I think this is just. I think this question is. Well, I apologize to staff, but I can't give you any direction on this. I'm not going to give you any direction on this, except for the fact that I want every detail of every line, and I'll spend the time going over it, and hopefully the fellow council members will meet and go over each line with me, because this is really, really important stuff. But again, that's my comment.
Excellent. Mr. Grocott?
Yes. Number one, I don't think, while I can appreciate the exercise of going to every department and saying, 10% cuts, giving me a plan, 20% cuts, give me a plan. I don't really think you can do it that way. For example, when I look at Mr. Wiles' department, the Public Works Department, you look at this chart, it's had negative growth of nearly 22%, and the items he gave us, which, by the way, I really appreciated the way he put his report together, his memo, and really detailed it out. I don't see it being worthwhile. That said, I agree with Mr. Klein. I think we do have to look at the employee cost. And, I would change the question. It's not, are they paid too high, as though, do they make too much money? That's not the question. Governor Schwarzenegger said a while back about state employees. It's not a question of, do they work hard enough and what we pay them. It's a question of what can we afford. And let's face it, the private sector has to pay for what the public sector charges, and what's reasonable and what can we reasonably afford. That's the question. And then when you look at that in the city of San Carlos, we're a small city. Somebody said, Joe Caprioni said, we don't have the big box stores. We've got a couple. I would add Circuit City is a big box store. But he's right. We're not like other cities. You go to Redwood City, you go to San Mateo, so forth. So we have to look at what are our revenues, and also when we look at revenues, I think that's Measure U is what's fair to the public. Can we keep going back to the trough and asking people who live here to pay more out of their pockets for the services they receive? All that said, one thing that I looked at, I asked, I don't know if you guys looked at this, I'm the one that requested it. This is a list of city employees, what they get paid, what their overtime is, what their other compensation is, and so forth. And I looked through this, and I tried to find examples from each department. And you can pretty much find examples from each department. I think where it gets difficult to budget, quite frankly, is when, for instance, you're thinking you're paying a patrol officer $86,000 a year, but he's actually pulling out $181,000 a year because his other compensation, including overtime and just what's called other in this list, puts him up at that figure. How can you budget when you have that going on? I don't think you can very easily. And that happened, park maintenance, 23% over and above what their base salary is. Wastewater, same thing. Every department you can go through here and find examples where you've got employees getting paid 50, 60% more than what is their base salary for whatever reason. I don't know what the reasons are necessarily, especially when a big chunk of this is called just simply other compensation. We got to. I agree with Mr. Grisilli. If it takes time and a lot of meetings and digging into these numbers, we've got to do that. But we've got, folks, when we spend, you get to the bottom of this page, between overtime and general other compensation, we spend $1.4 million. And this is 2008. This isn't even current. Could we trim 25% of that? If we trim 25% of it, that's $360,000. It's not the answer. There's no golden, goose here. But it's something. If we trimmed 50%, that's $718,000. It's starting to add up to some real money. Just payroll alone, again, this is 2008 figures, $9.8 million. If we could get a 5%, something from the employees. I'm not allowed to negotiate here, guys. I understand that. But I'm just giving examples. That's $500,000. You combine that with $360,000, you've got close to $1 million. it makes a difference. This makes a difference. We've got to dig into this. We've got to know what we're doing here and why. And I'm especially troubled that when I look through this, the three departments that use overtime the most are parks, police, and it's not on this list, but I know it because I sit on the fire board and I've seen it, is fire. And yet we're talking about cutting positions in police and parks, possibly fire. What's that going to do? That's just going to cause us to pay more overtime.
Through the chair, so this is a question for staff then. Isn't our overtime indicative of our low staffing levels? And isn't that a mathematical equation where we say we'd rather pay $80,000 in overtime instead of $80,000 in base salary plus benefits? I mean, isn't this just common knowledge?
In some cases it is, in some cases it's not as much. I mean, when you have minimum staffing levels that have agreed upon with the employees, then reducing the number of employees will require that we spend more in overtime to cover that minimum staffing level. If you have an established staffing policy within police of 3-in-1 staffing at all times, if that's your policy, and you don't have the number of employees, then you will pay more overtime to maintain that minimum staffing level. Not to say that we do or can. So it's going to vary a little bit depending upon your policies, perhaps through your memorandums of
MOU.
understanding with the labor groups and the departments that you're talking about. I should mention that some of the other categories, vacation buyouts or buyouts when people leave the organization, that will inflate those numbers.
But, I mean, to Councilman Grocot's point, we want to find out so we can budget properly. When it comes to safety, and the safety is, I think, the easiest one to deal with overtime because we have a set amount of police officers, we have a set amount of firefighters, there's 24 hours in a day. We know exactly what kind of overtime we're going to look at roughly based on how often people call in sick, based on people getting hurt, and based on the fact that we have low staffing levels. So isn't that a pretty easy equation to figure out?
It can be, but the ultimate decision that you have to make is whether or not you are going to require a 3-in-1 staffing level, or whether you're going to accept a staffing level that only has one unit basically on board at any given time. If you're willing to accept a lower staffing level, then you can cut your overtime at the same time that you're cutting. Now, there will be pressures when you do that, not only from the public, but from your neighboring jurisdictions that are being called in to cover you when incidents occur. So there are a lot of factors here. But if you're willing to accept a lower service level, if we're willing to, and again, it gets complicated in fire because of mutual aid agreements and the like that are more formal. But if you're willing to close one of your two stations, then, the formula comes into play now because you don't save as much as you might think as long as we're in the Belmont-San Carlos Fire Department. But maybe there's another service model where, we've talked about whether or not you can run paramedics out of the second station, you've got firefighters out of the first, and then you contract with the state and or one of the other cities for true fire backup. Maybe you can deal with the mutual aid problems there. All of those things I think we need to analyze, and it's part of the follow-up report that Brian will be giving us.
Mr. Mayor?
So I'd like to move on. So we know overtime's very complicated is the answer to your question.
Yeah, and that would be my
Grocott,
point.
back to you.
And to Mr. Klein, I'm not suggesting it's the golden goose. There is no golden goose here. But when you look at these numbers, at least at face value, and the same thing in fire. I've brought it up before at fire board meetings. It's a big chunk of money, and we have never drilled into it. And we've got to look at that issue and get our arms around it. Maybe it's justifiable. Maybe it's not. Maybe there's some areas we can trim. You got investigators. That's not a patrol officer. An investigator. I'm not seeing it right here in front of me, but like 30-40% above and beyond what their base salary is, and it's not just police; it's in other departments as well. And I think this other category of other compensation, like I said, this chart just says other compensation, and then at the bottom it says that includes, and it gives you a Chinese menu here. So I wasn't able to dig into it. I think it's something we need to have a study session on and get to the bottom of it and dig into it. The only other thing I would add, the position I was trying to get to before, I'm reluctant to cut positions where it's right there with economic development. That's why I voted against the first part, and everybody understood my point about the building inspector. Later in the list, city manager has the assistant city manager position as a possible cut. I'm willing to go there. That concludes my comments.
Okay. Mr. Ahmad? Question number 7, are there cuts I would not be willing to entertain? No. What are the council's reduction priorities? I need to see data. Mr. Klein asked where these priorities came. I think I've been fairly vocal for the last couple of years that the budget process that we have here has not been satisfying to me in terms of how the priorities were put together, why the cut lists were put together. We have taken some great strides to do better studies on how the budget is put together and what is in there. I'm still not satisfied. There is a question of priority. I think one thing that I have found frustrating is that we have a number of legacy programs that are there. They were voted on several councils ago. They seem to have been, just embedded very, very deeply, and whether we can touch them or not, I don't know. I don't get a chance.
Sacred cows you're talking about?
Yeah, they're crunchy and they taste good with ketchup. So, those are things that we need to get at. I would support, as we start to look toward our budgeting, mandatory sunsets on everything that has general funding attached to it. That if you get a program, it's attached to a general fund, it mandatorily sunsets in 2 years. You have to go back through a justification and say, yep, it needs to come back and it has to do it this way. One thing that is not on part of our council direction that I think desperately needs to be described is mandates. Our mandates have grown and grown and grown, and frankly, it's fairly invisible to the folks who are just sitting in coffee shops on Laurel Street. These are things that are truly a boot on the back of our neck and need to be quantified in a fashion that people in San Carlos understand that where our money goes is not exclusively at our disposal. There was a statement made from the dais, it may not be what you pay or what you do, but what can we afford? I come from the private sector. So while that statement has validity, I will flip it in this one direction. If you want to run a program that puts men on the moon, you got to play the game of putting men on the moon. You don't say, well, I got a red wagon and a can of spray paint. Maybe I can put a lighter at the end and, hey, it looks like a rocket. If we are in a job and we have a mandate to have a police force, to have a fire department, to run a recreation program to keep kids off the streets, if we are trying to provide services to our seniors, then that's the gig we're in. And what we can afford and what we're supposed to do, there may be a gap, and guess what? We got to make up the gap. That's our gig. And we can make a decision. We're either out of that business or we're in that business. The last thing that I would point out, there was a meeting that Mayor Royce and Councilmember Grisilli and I attended where there was a discussion about customer service. Now, I know I came in to City Council and I wanted to talk about customer service, how we could extend customer service, how we could have better customer service. There was an interesting discussion about that may be the wrong way to deal with citizens. And the nuance was this. If I go into a fast food joint and I'm buying a burger, I have a choice to go to the other place and get a burger or go down the street and get a burrito or whatever else. It's my money. I can go where I want to. In a city, we have mandated services and we as citizens have come together to say, this is what we want. This is where our taxes go. There is a notion that it is here because the citizens have demanded it, and there is also citizen responsibility. When you come in for a building permit, if you're coming in to get a license or something else, there is a real transaction, and you should get good customer service. But there is a point that needs to be drilled to everybody in San Carlos, and I think it is a message that most folks in San Carlos do understand. We have a responsibility as citizens to our community and to this government that we are all part of. It's not those guys running government, it's everybody in San Carlos. I could rant longer, but I'm going to yield.
So I have a few points. Hit the financial one first here. Just looking at some very good data. It's data that the stuff I studied in the last couple of years is consistent, but it's a table on page 5 that basically shows where our growth has been. It takes about 2 seconds to look at the financial table and see that our safety is by far the largest area. It was 52% of our total general fund. I thought it had climbed to 53, 54. Jeff, Mr. Mulby showed a report 59% of our general fund. Doesn't make any difference. It's the biggest piece. And not only is it the biggest piece, it's growing between, say, 20 to 24% total over 4 years. Very consistent with what I've seen, 6-7% increases in safety. Not picking on one fire versus police. I'm just combining it as total safety. And if you project out based on where we've been the last 10 years, it's pretty evident where the lines are going. It's waiting for a train wreck to happen. We cannot afford to grow the biggest piece of our business at the fastest rate. Not only is it the fastest rate, it has no clue or no tie-in or consistency to what our revenue stream is. So we have a big problem. So my first comment is we need to respect these organizations, but we need to manage them. And I'm not saying they're not being managed, but from a financial projection point of view, it's our fault and past councils and maybe a little bit of some other people, but we better manage it. So that is my clearest point. And the next agenda item covers fire. I think there are lots of ideas on various options. There's no perfect solution to this stuff. Things do suffer. Response rates, support, customer service, and so forth. But we do have to manage within affordability. So I think fire, we have a plan to manage it much better than we have in the past. With the police department, Councilmember Grocott talked about overtime. It's way too complicated for me to understand. I did ask for a report this last year, and it was a combination of not much of a report, and I didn't understand it. But we need to dive in and understand the process. We need to understand the cost, overtime being an example. And my recommendation would be to have our reinstitute our finance committee that worked on budget processes and a quarterly financial report and mandates that we did this last year, which was made up of Vice Mayor Ahmad and myself, and with a little bit of staff time and resources, if we have some, dive in and look at police at the same time. We have a fire board that's diving in and staff into fire. And let's manage safety. I'm not sure I want to change anything, but we need to manage to affordability. And we have not managing, and if we don't, a train wreck will happen. Not in a year or two, but in 5 to 10 years, that's the biggest problem we have right now. And I have a few other points, but they don't even come close to that, so I'll stop right there.
To the chair, I asked some pretty specific questions about our employees, and no one felt the need to answer them. There's the question: do we want to be the lowest paid group in the peninsula? Do we want to be the lowest paid city? Do we want? Is that what we're looking at? And we can talk about all of this all we want.
Can I just ask through the clerk? I'm trying to stick here with. We have 10 more minutes of a meeting. We have closed session. I'd like to keep to the items and passing ideas on.
But you asked for alternative questions. You asked that. You asked for a number 8, so I gave a number 8.
You're asking staff to respond.
Through the chair, I think when we start to I mean, we're going to have a closed session later in the evening about some of the subjects that you're talking about, and it's a very broad subject. I might just add that it's something you really are going to deal with in the future, rather than talking about in the context of tonight's agenda item, giving the general direction. I think I've heard the general direction, but I want to just be sensitive to kind of the closed session nature of some of these discussions.
Okay.
So making the point but discussing the particular items of how you do it are two different things.
So, Mr. Weiss, maybe if I could ask you to be the savior here. We've gone through all of the items here on your 7 points. We've added other thoughts, but we haven't clarified our other thoughts as far as consensus. Do you need consensus, or do you have any questions on any of the topics that any of the 5 council members have brought up?
I think I'm very clear on 1 through 6. On 7, I mean, what I understand is that we're not happy with the process. We're not happy with the choices that have been made. I guess what I was hoping for was a bit more of an understanding as to whether there or not there were any, sacred cows has been the term that's been used. I understand that there are not, based on the discussion that I heard amongst the council. I think our situation is that unless we're successful in finding a way to reduce costs of public safety, that the bottom line is the budget proposal that you'll get back from this staff will be very, very aggressive in terms of, cutting parks and recreation. We've made large cuts in administration in the past. And the more that this council, the more that this community demands data and analysis and studies, is the more that you need administrative staff in order to do that. The fire issue, I think, is a case in point. That's very labor intensive in terms of looking at all of the options that are included within that report. I'm hearing you in terms of a desire for some kind of an alternative process that might include council members on a committee. I don't have a problem with that if the council is willing to delegate that authority to a subcommittee. From the staff standpoint, it helps us really work with those 2 council members in a constructive way that helps perhaps bridge a gap between the council at large and the staff on the complexities of these issues. So we certainly aren't or don't want to be resistant to that. But based on what we've heard here so far, I think on the issue of putting together a budget, our charge will be to come up with something that pencils out and balances. And I'm just, from what I know so far, that's going to put a very, very heavy burden on our Parks and Recreation Department, given what we can practically do within the time frames that are available to us. If I'm missing the boat there somehow, let me know.
Yep.
But that's what I think I've heard.
Okay. Any other questions from you or staff? Mr. Mulvey? No? Okay. So there's nothing to approve here. We talked a lot, provided a lot of input, and thank you to the public for your comments and letters that we've received over the last couple of weeks. And on this topic, we'll be talking a lot more about budget.
Mr. Royce?
Yes, Mr. Gurkhat.
If I might, I would like to, we've made 2 motions to extend the meeting. I would like to suggest that we postpone this last item that's on open session, with all due respect to the fire chief who has stuck around, and I thank him for his time being here, and that we just go into closed session and put that item about the fire department forward to another meeting.
Mr. Weiss, what do you think on that? Your recommendation?
Totally at the discretion of the City Council. We've already provided our directors to the Fire Board with authority and direction to bring these matters up at the next Fire Board meeting. From our standpoint, I mean, the sooner we can discuss this and get some kind of acceptance from the council, the sooner we can have meaningful conversations with the other member or potential entities, whether that be CAL FIRE, whether that be San Mateo, Redwood City, Menlo Park. We've had some of those discussions so far. If the council's okay with us proceeding without having thorough dialogue at this point with those conversations, then I think we can continue to do that and bring it back in January.
Through the chair.
Yeah, what do you guys want to do?
Well, I'm curious, what is the date of the next fire board meeting?
Oh, it's January, I don't know my calendar.
Don't either.
I think it's January 9th, I believe.
4th or 9th.
I don't think it's the 4th. I think
Yes,
it's
not the 4th.
So it's prior to the reorganization.
Thank you,
January
Chief.
11th. Yeah.
January 11th.
Well,
It'll be prior to our next council meeting.
Mr. Griselli, what do you think? Can we get through this in 5 to 10 minutes? What's your?
Well, I mean, to me, it's a slam dunk. It says, let's get as much information as you can, and
Yep.
I didn't think this was going to be a large discussion, but maybe it will be. To me, it's just, let's go get as much information as we can get about anything we can get.
You guys agree we go?
Mr. Mayor, I'm looking at the report. I don't know if there's a whole lot to add. It seems that this is just asking to continue,
Yeah, to continue to do it.
what we had voted on previously.
So I recommend let's move into item 12B, last item on our agenda, before adjournment. This is consideration authorizing staff to contract fire emergency service providers to analyze future provisions of fire and emergency services in San Carlos. And Mr. Moore, knowing the time limit here, we do have the report. Hit some highlights and let us move.
Okay, I had planned to go through the highlights, but since you've all read the report, I think the bottom line is that when we went through the last fire JPA revision, we had a very different council. Only 2 of the 5 current council members were on council when that occurred. So part of the intent in the report is to give you a little history on how we got to where we are. I think as the report notes, earlier this year, one of the fire board members from San Carlos, namely Councilmember Grisilli, expressed concern that escalation of the 2 non-fire elements of the formula, in particular assessed valuation, was increasing at such a rate that the amount of cost shifting to San Carlos, even though it's only been 3 years, is pretty dramatic, to the point where San Carlos's fire costs have increased 19% over that period. Belmont's only 4.9%. And so he proposed editing the formula a bit. As you know, in November, the council did agree to that. Belmont is going to take up that issue at some time in the future, as yet unscheduled. But as was noted earlier, the council did take 2 actions. We think at the staff level these can occur concurrently, namely, one, that the San Carlos representatives to the fire board can discuss the concept of more regional fire services, perhaps using the fire JPA as the vehicle for that, perhaps not. And at the same time, the staff was instructed to look at the so-called non-JPA options for fire. As the city manager noted earlier, you do need to understand that for full cost savings to occur under that scenario, at some point we would have to leave the fire JPA, which requires an 18-month notice. So that's one of the time-sensitive things you need to think about. In terms of different options, we did outline those for you. I think rather than approach it the way we did last time, where we looked at each agency having 2 fire departments, or fire stations, excuse me, and the agencies involved each offered us a contract for service. They each offered us the same cost because we each were asking for the same thing. We also explored in this report to you the possibility of looking at other scenarios. One was the concept of the so-called overlapping stations. There are 2 of the 4 stations in the fire JPA do in fact have overlap. That's significant to San Carlos because since we are now paying 53.25% for all 4 stations, we have a vested interest, obviously, in seeing those merged, if you will, not only the one in San Carlos but also the one in Belmont. And what we're suggesting in the staff study is that we have one of the discussion points that we would have with the 4 neighboring agencies is the concept of could we in fact merge the Hill Station and save some significant money there, and also perhaps treat the Laurel Street station separately as more of a full fire station because presumably it has a dedicated service area. So those are the highlights. I think the other key point, and the reason we wanted to come to you tonight, as the city manager alluded to, is that we wanted to make sure we had full authority from the council in approaching other agencies, as far as having your blessing to talk to those agencies, because what we're envisioning is initially starting out with sort of some informal discussions with the 4 agencies that are neighboring to see if this is something that would be of interest to them, and then later on probably following it up with more formal RFP process, not unlike what we did last time. And again, our vision is that would run concurrently with whatever might be happening at the fire JPA level in terms of is there interest in a more regional approach with the neighboring agencies. So that's, in a nutshell, some of the highlights as the mayor has requested.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Moore. Questions, staff? Yes, Mr. Rubens.
This may be just a technicality, but we're right up against the last extension time of the meeting. I thought it was extended to 11:30, unless I was.
Okay, well, that clock's a little fast here.
Yes,
so-
I'm just reminding you that you haven't extended it.
Okay,
I
good.
move to extend the meeting until we finish.
Well, I'm not sure you're going to get a second on that. Can we just, are there any questions? Any discussion?
I'll give a
Well,
second to that because I don't have any questions for staff, but I would like to hear from our fire chief. I did ask
So we
him
do need
during
an
the break.
extension.
Yeah.
Okay, but I need an extension to a time to make a motion.
Midnight. No, I move to extend the meeting until, what does it have to be? Yeah, just till we finish, right? Yeah.
Open it, oh, you can, okay, fine.
Second.
Open-ended, second? Second now?
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Sorry, folks out there. Okay, let's move. So let's open it up to public comment. Anybody that would like to speak on 12B would be welcome to. And if you could fill out a speaker card after, come on up and keep us going. Anybody else would like to speak, if they could kind of stage up on the front row here? In fact, can I just, for timing here, how much time? Show of hands, who would like to speak on this item? We have one speaker so far. One? Please, if you could spend about 2 minutes and provide us a...
Gentlemen, my name is Brian Radler. I'm in San Carlos. My question is about what is merged, the two stations. How do you merge two stations and get the coverage? Could you explain that to me? Somebody.
Well,
the fire chief, maybe?
Someone from the fire board want to do that.
I read this report. You've got me. I have no idea.
Through the chair, if I could explain what we talked about last time, although, again, there was no interest in the last round of looking at the overlapping stations. If you were to do this, in theory, you would contract with one of the neighboring agencies to cover that area. The most logical arrangement, I would think, to do that would be to contract with the county and CAL FIRE, since they have a station at Cordilleras. We have a station at Alameda. They're relatively close. And actually, for some parts of San Carlos, as we heard in the last round of this, CAL FIRE actually is first in parts of our community. So that is the concept. The other reason that you would do that, in theory, is that under the JPA for fire and emergency services, there is a provision that if you change the service level without amending that JPA, there's a so-called penalty cost for each service response by someone outside of your agency, whereas if you contract it out, you're paying presumably a lower rate. So that's the general idea.
Okay.
Thank you. We've been through all that before. 4 years ago, we went through that in detail. All the figures of how you could do it cheaper, and you can't do it cheaper than we've got it now, right now. Plus, we've got the excellent service now, which we didn't have before. Things were bad. Brownouts, no coverage on the hills. It was not good, and we don't want to go back there again.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, please.
I would like to have the chief's input on,
Surely, please.
on this, just general
Chief
input.
Fry, welcome. Good morning, or good evening.
It'll be morning by the time he gets home.
Good almost morning, I think, Mr. Mayor. Anything specific you would like me to answer, Mr. Brocott?
Well, mostly I was interested in this concept of paramedic, essentially it seems like a paramedic station out on the Alameda possibly, and also the idea of split service. In other words, again, out on the west side of town we'd be covered by CAL FIRE, interior town we're covered by our own fire department, so forth.
Yeah, the current process that we have in place right now is we are in the Emergency Medical Services JPA agreement with the county and the balance of the other departments in San Mateo County for a closest unit response. Part of that is that we all provided paramedics on engine companies, and that it was a fire service mix where we not only sent the closest unit for fires, but we also sent the closest unit for all emergency medical responses. We get paid by the county $47,500 per company to do that. Remembering, too, with the JPA on the expenditure of the 53% going out, you also recoup the 53% coming in on all the revenues. So with the four companies each getting roughly $50,000, 53% of that is coming into San Carlos on that piece. So on the revenue side, if you were to change that, I'm not sure if we'd be in violation of the contract that we agreed to, that we've been providing with the county since 1999. We just renewed a few months ago for another 5 years to provide that level of service. Again, it's all based on the reciprocity piece of how we provide service to not only the community here, but to the surrounding communities. If we're out on calls, those communities come in, we're able to give back to those communities should they need assistance, because we're sending the closest unit. If you were to change that component, you would not be providing that level of service, and then we would not be providing the reciprocity piece. Those cities are expecting an engine company to respond into their town, not just for medical calls, but for fire calls or any other type of fire-related calls. Fire alarms, smoke detector investigations, vehicle accidents, whatever it may be, we're going to be responding to all those things. If you're not going to have an engine company to do that, it's going to change the response and the impact that goes around it. So I suspect that we would have some issues with our neighbors in regards to that. It was something that we'd have to sit down and discuss. Mr. Moore is correct that part of the response area in Station 16, CAL FIRE is first in. Again, that's our closest unit response program that we have in play. And primarily that runs from the bottom of Crestview and Edgewood to Britton and Crestview. Those areas up in there is where they're first in. The rest of that jurisdiction in that area, Engine 16 from the Alameda, either beats them or meets them at Britton and Crestview and everything up. So we've done extensive time trials on that and really looked at the data in regards to closest unit response. We want to be providing exactly what the contract says. So that's something that I think is you'd have to look at, but it certainly would have an impact on the neighbors and how we operate. The whole system is based on all of us participating in that piece. If you recall, back in 2003, when we cut a company at Station 13, because we had the two companies in the same station, there was very little change in the level of service because we didn't really close the station. We lost a company. We were able to compensate for that and still continue to do it, but if you recall from a report I gave you a few months ago, there's still 577 calls that go unanswered in San Carlos based on the lack of the company and the times that we get the calls. Just for some odd reason, it's called the system, but we get back-to-back-to-back calls more typically than the individual type of response where there's a lag, and that allows us to move and cover. There's also coverage issues that fall into play with that. If you have a paramedic unit Station 16 and you have an engine company Station 13 and that engine is out, then you have no engine company coverage at all in San Carlos. The system is based on a move and cover, so there's always engine companies or fire apparatus in the right locations to handle the next level of calls.
If I may, and two more questions. One, I would figure you've read this report. Could you comment on hazmat? And then secondly, this report's talking about us giving up our service, if you will, or contracting out to the county or CDF or the west side of town. The flip side is not too long ago, I think about a year ago or so, 14 months ago, there was talk from the county side of contracting to us to cover that.
Well, let me talk about the hazmat piece first. This department provides hazmat first response for all 20 cities in San Mateo County. We are paid by the county $500,000 a year to provide that service. If we are to reduce that, our level of staffing that we currently have about 24 people within the department that are trained for a hazmat response. That would reduce the number of people that we have for that response. I'm not quite sure that we could safely send the right amount of people and have any personnel left in town to cover any of the stations. Currently now, when we send the hazmat team out, we can reduce by one company and still have 3 companies left in town. If it's less than that, we need to send 4 people on a hazmat response. We could probably take 2 companies out of service and have to scatter the balance of the crews to the other stations, but we wouldn't be able to staff any equipment with that. So there is that issue there. But again, that's a $500,000 revenue stream that comes into the department from the county and from all the agencies that participate in that. You are correct. There was not too long ago that the county was, Station 18, the one specifically we're talking about, is a station that's typically vacated. They cover all of the La Honda, Kings Mountain, all that area up there. They're the move and cover station for the state and for the county for those stations when they're out on calls. So Station 18 at Cordilleras is vacant a fair amount of the time when those companies are gone. It's also one of the companies that's vacant when the state sends resources outside the area, and there's a significant amount of time before that company is restaffed, just based on the staffing levels that Station 18 has. If you notice from the crews that are up there, San Mateo County Fire is getting a large influx of people from Southern California. So you're getting a lot of Ventura County, San Bernardino, Riverside County personnel that are now working in this county, and so there's a little bit of a delay in that response piece that comes as part of that. So there have been discussions around all of that. I don't know where the county is now in regards to their budget, in regards to any of the county fire or CAL FIRE resources, but it's certainly something in the future that would be looked at.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Nope.
Any other questions?
Mr. Mayor, through the chair. Chief, I guess I got a little confused when you said that the county does a reimbursement. Was that on a per company or per station basis?
For the paramedic piece?
Yes.
It's per company.
Per company. How many companies do we have?
4 companies.
Four
About
companies.
$192,000 a year is what we have in revenue that comes in.
Okay. Yeah, I just rounded up, said it was about $200,000. So just doing a rough calculation, if I want to play with this, the total budget for the fire department is about $12 million a year?
Correct.
Give or take. You got 4 stations, 4 companies?
Correct.
Give or take, it's about $3 million each. We're getting $47,000 to provide paramedic service to the county in this JPA. So that comes out to about 1.5% of the cost.
Right.
Per company. Now, based on that, what is the percentage of medical calls that the companies respond to?
Well, I don't have them for each individual station, but it's about between 55 and 60% of our calls are.
So the majority?
Yeah, over 50%.
Okay,
over
so
half.
the majority of calls are for paramedic, but the county is kicking in about 1.5 points.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to get that out. I'm done. Thank you.
Which is an issue we have had a lot of conversations about that with them.
Understood. Thank you.
Great. Any other points?
Chief, yeah, I have
Go
a
ahead.
question, Chief Fry, about the cost of the fire department. What percentage of the bill essentially is employee costs?
For the department?
For the department.
Roughly about 72% of the budget is employee costs.
Okay. That's my only question.
Yeah.
I don't have any questions. No.
Okay, so I think what we're looking at here, this is not a ordinance, we're looking at basically to proceed with some, or they use the term explore, but basically doing some reports on 4 different items that are summarized on page 4, 1 through 4. How do we proceed here?
Through the chair, I think hopefully it says including exploring the 4. Hopefully there might be some other options. Mr. Moore is nodding his head, so I'm hopeful there might be some that aren't listed here.
Okay.
I mean, everything that we can figure out.
Thank you very much. Does anybody have an issue with any of those 4?
Well, through the chair, I agree with Councilman Grisilli. I think one of the main things we have to look at, and talking to members of the fire department and people who are pretty knowledgeable on the subject, is we have to look regional. Maybe CAL FIRE isn't the best idea. Maybe we can put together a regional department, and now that everyone's broke, this is the best time to do it. Maybe we can outreach to San Mateo and Redwood City. Just doing what's best for our firefighters and doing what's best for our community isn't mutually exclusive. I think regional is the way to go. I think we end up with more firefighters and lower overhead, but we have to think big. It doesn't make much savings when there's only 2 cities. But if there's 6 cities, it does make a difference.
Yeah, I guess through the chair, I would echo the city manager's earlier comments. I mean, I think we're in an interesting spot. Last time when we did this study, CAL FIRE was the only option where we would save money because the labor costs in the other 4 cities are higher. I think we're a little different spot now, given that our costs have gone up 19% over the last 3 years. Because our costs, not necessarily Belmont costs, have escalated so much, San Mateo and Redwood City and maybe even Menlo Park might be a little more cost competitive, if that's the right term, than before. So we'll explore that. I think as far as the regional piece, certainly as we talk to the 4 agencies, we can raise that at the staff level, although I think originally we were assuming, based on the council's earlier motion, that the council's vision was more that the regional piece would be discussed more at the fire JPA level. But by discussing this concurrently, I think we can both touch upon that. I think in terms of need, while I would agree to a point with Councilmember Klein that all the cities are experiencing some revenue trouble, we also have the phenomena of some of the cities, San Mateo in particular, did pass their revenue measures, and actually they've ended their salary freeze. They're now giving raises and adding staff. So I'm not sure they're in the same spot we are. But again, we're going to talk to them. We'll see what their attitude is about working with us, and whether it's a contract or whether it's a broader, regionalism. It's on the table. We'll see. But again, I wouldn't characterize them as quite as distressed as they were prior to November.
Okay, so again, alternative 1A, we're looking at authorizing staff to proceed with this, including these 4 items. Do
you want a motion, or is
I don't think we need a motion.
Is it just direction?
A motion, you like that? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, move to approve staff to continue on alternative 1.
Here, a second?
Second.
First and second. Discussion? Any other discussion on this before we vote? Okay. Ms. Baldwin?
Councilmember Ahmad?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
No.
Councilmember Klein?
Yes.
No. Mayor Royce?
Yes. Okay. And is this how you do this?
Oh, wait, we're
Reconvene.
we're adjourning to closed
Reconvene
session.
closed
I
session.
don't even do. I can't even close properly here. Sorry. Thank you all for coming. We're breaking for our last closed session.
And I'd
we'll
just like
adjourn
to
shortly. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to announce that on item number 3 of the closed session, that participants in the closed session will be myself, City Manager Weiss, Assistant City Manager Mora, Janet Bowe, and Mr. Murray, in addition to Jeff Maltby.
Okay.
Oh, and Cynthia O'Neill's here too.